folks. Wow. Yeah, I told you this trial was a short one. And they were done before lunch. The state has presented all of its case, and the defense did not put up a case in chief. Jesus Christ, that shines a lot. So, judge called for an early lunch, return at 12:30, and which is now. And so yeah, this will be handed to the jury. I would imagine that the combined closing arguments will be less than 30 minutes. And then it will be handed to the jury, and I would be beyond surprised if they take more than an hour. Because this is... it's such a clear-cut case. The evidence is there. They had... for you who just joined, go back and watch. Now, court audio is absolutely horrible. Absolutely horrible. I have two boosters on the court audio via enhancer for YouTube, which pushes directly into the YouTube app with 25%. And then I have a thing called Sound Booster with 600% full boost, and it's still low. Hey, look at that. Jesse Charles just became a member. Thank you so much. Thank you. That is so nice of you. Starting off with first member of today. One. Let me get that banner going. And dun dun dun. Save and show. There. So this case is Georgia versus Celeste Owens. Oh, and Bob K is here. Bob K. Well, for a brief minute, Jesse Charles was honorary Viking, but here comes Bob K gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much. So for a brief moment, today's honorary Viking was Jesse Charles. But now it is Bob K. And dun, dun, dun. There. Let's see if it worked. New members of today, 6. Honorary Viking, for now, Bob K with the combined $15. Yes, being a member on this channel is $3 a month. Everybody say thank you to Bob K for gifting, and say thank you to Jesse Charles, who became a member all of her own, who became a member all of its own. Thank you, guys. Thank you. So yeah, we are currently waiting for this. So far, it is the Georgia seal up. Vince, oh, look at that. Vince Clotho just became a member. Now, Vince, I know that this is you. You have been a member for quite some time, but this is you getting into it again. The monthly fee, so to speak. But it will still count. It will still count, in my opinion. which gets us to 7 new members. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So yeah, this case versus Georgia versus Celeste Owens tests the limits on how far can I go with the presumption of innocence to protect the rights of the accused, and without, yeah, I still can. I have to say that I still can, but this is probably one of the most vile people I've covered. They recorded the abuse of that poor child. In this trial, we heard the slaps and we heard the thuds. They abused this poor child with open hand and closed fist until her body couldn't take it anymore. And the evidence in this trial have been clear cut, in my opinion. Okay, something is happening here in the courtroom, but no immediate sound yet. Yeah, from them recording themselves abusing all 3 children with open fist, closed fist, to Celeste Owens renting a U-Haul to allegedly get rid of the body. Okay. There's currently no sound. No sound. So not even bad sound. So yeah. And then the medical examiner, who was the last witness today. Once we have heard closing arguments and it's left to the jury, I will play the medical examiner's testimony. And hello Dave. Hello Dave. So yes, this is, and I've tried to listen directly on the court feed. So I'm very glad I'm using 2 audio boosters for this. And there's Dave. Christine. Hello, Christine. Hello, Christine. Let me try to get... And yes, I'm using a new... Well, she seems to be talking, but I still can't hear her at all, so the sound can't be on. I'm using a new platform to stream from. It is called EVMux. EVMux. Hello, Fundian. Hello, Fundian. And Christine Foe is here as well. And Crafts with Nightingale. Finally catching a live stream. Glad to have you here. And Anna Piekarski is also here. Jesse Shaws, yeah. John C. has even got coffee this time, yeah. Oh, but yeah, this case tests the limits because of the absolute lack of humanity with this defendant. The bar case has no sound for Fox 5 or Law and Crime as well either. And I have closed captions on as well, so nothing is being said, at least not. So yeah, still waiting for the sound. Still waiting for the sound. Yeah, so the facts of this case are horrifyingly. that this child just wanted to live, but her body gave up. Oh, Broken Baker just raided. Hello. Hello, everybody. You are just in time for closing arguments in the Georgia versus Celeste Owens, the tortured child murder trial. Celeste Owens is the partner of the mother of the child. The mother is being tried in a separate trial, which will be down the line. This poor child died from battered child syndrome, which is when the body gives up after a long time of abuse, long time of physical abuse. And the medical examiners whose testimony we will be watching once this gets to the jury for deliberations, the injuries on this poor child is, yeah, so trigger warning. Yeah, yeah. This trial is testing my ability to keep looking at defendants as innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, and that everybody needs to be protected by the rights given in the Constitution, the amendments, and the Bill of Rights. And it's a hard one. This is a hard one. Hey, Nicola Maxwell is here. Hello, Nicola. Hello. And see, KLF is also here. This trial, luckily, has been very clean. The gruesomeness of the crime has been respected in this courtroom. There's no need to embellish or lie. There's no need to try to impeach witnesses. The defense has been respectful of the witnesses. Now, it is. Yeah. So the trial, Celeste Owens is pointing the finger at the mother, and as you, I will assume that will. Oh, they're already started. But there's no sound. There's.
This case against you, and it is a burden I welcome. And I'll have two opportunities to speak with you. I'll have an opportunity now. Mr. Greenwell will have an opportunity, and then I'll come back. Because again, the burden is mine alone to prove this case to you. And before Mr. Greenwell comes up, there's some things that I would like to talk to you about. Little roadmap of the things to consider as you deliberate, as you process the information and the evidence that you have received, put it together with the law. But as you do, please remember, sometimes the truth is right before your eyes. Sometimes it's just not that hard. And this case is one such case. This case involves two people. They're both charged in this indictment, and Brittany Hall, she'll have her day. She'll have her jury, and we'll be ready. But today is this defendant's day, and she is charged as a party to a crime. The judge will tell you that this concept of a party to a crime, it is incredibly important within our legal system because it holds people accountable for their part in any crime. Each of you have indicated that you You can either directly commit the crime, as you saw this defendant do in numerous videos that you have seen throughout this week, or you can intentionally help in the commission of that crime. And when I come back and we have an opportunity to look at that again, and you can hear the two voices that are talking in some of those videos and understand the context in which both of these people were living together, caring for these children, then you will see they acted together. And the reason that this concept is so important is because, think about it this way. I like to help juries understand this concept in a very simplistic way. Think about a bomb maker. Think about someone who provides a weapon. You have someone who gives an explosive device. You have someone who gives wires for that device. You have a third person who puts it all together, and a fourth person who carries it into the middle of a crowded street and detonates that bomb. Well, guess what? Every single person responsible for the completion of that crime is a party to a crime, and either guilty because they did it, or because in some way they helped in the commission of that crime. This defendant helped beat the living life out of Amari. She is a party to a crime in every single one of that indictment because she had her hands all over that girl. Just like someone who provides a weapon. Here's two of the exact same guns. Please go over there and shoot up that school. You go over there and you start shooting the school, someone dies, and they say, well, I don't know which gun it was, so you can't actually, it's not me, it's got to be the other guy. No, party to a crime holds people accountable for the roles that they play in each of the crimes. And she is responsible for the role that she played. Keep in mind the method that each defendant used for abusing these children. The slapping on the back of the head, the stomping, the blindfolding, the laying on the ground. They did this together. Their method was together. So it doesn't matter who delivered the fatal blow. Because, ladies and gentlemen, there was not one fatal blow. Every single blow was fatal to Amari. Every single one. You saw that. You heard Dr. Downs say that. So remember, because of the battered child syndrome that he explained, that we'll talk about again a little later, every single blow mattered. It doesn't matter. Just like it doesn't matter who pulled the trigger, it doesn't matter who delivered the fatal blow. It could be Brittany, it could be Celeste. It makes no difference. They are both guilty, and today is her day. Because if they both hadn't done it together, if she hadn't done her part, Amari wouldn't have been beaten to death. Doesn't matter who the main caregiver is. Doesn't matter who the biological mother is. None of that matters. This defendant, in her interview with Detective Sorensen, said, we're both the parents. I'm dad. That's what they call me. We never leave the kids alone. We're homebodies. We're always home. Together, they cared for these children. It doesn't matter who delivered any final blow, because every blow was a fatal final blow. And that's what you saw over and 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 over again on Amari's little broken body. Every single blow mattered. And we know that they both lived together. They both cared for them together. That there is no doubt in this case that this defendant, who we've seen on video slap Amari so hard, was part of killing Amari. And one of the things that I'd like you to remember is what we have to prove. We have to prove all of these charges, all the elements of these charges to you beyond a reasonable doubt. What does that mean? Everybody's heard that on TV. Everybody's heard that in the news, on the radio. It doesn't mean beyond all doubt. It does not mean beyond mathematical certainty, because remember, sometimes the truth is right before multiple exhibits in the form of photographs. You've seen videos. You've heard about stipulations that we have agreed to. That's the evidence. And evidence can come in two different forms. It can come in physical evidence, like what you have essentially seen on video, the beatings that occurred. You can see the photographs of the physical state of little Marty. But there's also something called circumstantial evidence. We've seen her on video directly slap Amari. We've seen her directly beat those children. The law allows you to use by inference what is most likely, what is most reasonable that happened. And the most reasonable thing that happened is that this woman who is living in the home with Amari as her caregiver, along with Brittany, who was beating all the children in a similar manner, also participated in the beatings that went on for an extensive period of time to Amari. You don't have to see it to know what happened. It's just like you wake up in the morning and you thought you heard some rain all night long, and you're like, oh, I wonder if it rained. And you go outside and the sky is clear and blue, but you look on the ground and there's water and the grass is wet and there's water on your car. Well, it's pretty darn reasonable that it rained last night, even though you didn't see it. That's circumstantial evidence, and they both hold equal weight. Testimony is equally weighted as circumstantial evidence. And then you're going to look at the credibility of the witnesses who came in. You know, who has something to gain, who has something to lose. Going to see little Zaire. What did she have to gain coming in here? And we'll talk about that. I want to explain the most important charges, because I think as we go through this indictment that you will have with you when you go back, there's a lot of charges on here. Because she did a lot of things to these children. So there's a lot of charges. But the most serious of which start at the top with malice murder. Malice murder will be defined when a person commits the offense of malice murder when they unlawfully and with malice aforethought cause the death of another human being. Now, I know it's a lot of legal words and things that may not really be used in our everyday language, but it's really very simplistic when you think about it. Malice murder is when there is malice or a malicious act that's occurring. Malice is defined where all the circumstances of the killing show what's called an abandoned and malignant heart. Okay, this is, again, a lot of legal words to say that you have essentially the circumstances in which you kill this child. Those circumstances are hateful and wicked and savage and spiteful. They are so malicious in nature. Like Amari's little body will show you, and showed you through the photographs, and showed you through the autopsy. Her broken little body that was so beat. That is malicious in nature. Done together. There's no premeditation that is required. This defendant didn't have to sit there and plan Amari's murder. She didn't have to do that, because malice, that malicious intent, can be formed in just a moment, and in an instant, even a fatal wound can be inflicted. Again, what this means is, it doesn't have to be one fatal wound. We know that. That's what Dr. Downs has testified. But the malicious nature in which those wounds were actually perpetrated and in which the death occurred, that is malicious. That's malice. That's malice murder. And that resulted in her death. Causing multiple blunt force injuries to her little body means that she acted with malice. That's malice murder. Again, I just want to give you a roadmap, and we can talk about how all the evidence fits in. And the other charge that you will see here, it's a little different, but it's still murder. And please remember that you can find this defendant guilty of every single one of need malice. But in this case, there's definitely malice. And there's definitely evidence that this defendant was engaged in 3 different felonies. Cruelty to children in the first degree. When she's beating Amari, when she's slapping Amari, that's an indication of all the other things that were happening in that hellhole of an apartment studio, Hometown Studios, Congress Hotel. That was living hell based on the body of Amari. And we'll talk about each of these charges. She is charged in 3 different counts of felony murder for committing 3 different felonies. Cruelty to children in the first degree, causing physical, excessive mental pain to Amari. Again, we'll talk about that when I come back. I want to give you the roadmap of what you're looking at. 3 different felonies that she participated in, committed directly, or helped commit. Cruelty to children in the first degree, aggravated assault, aggravated battery. Each one of those is the felony that resulted in the death of Amari. That's felony murder. 3 different felonies, 3 different felony murder charges, and the malice murder charge because it was so malicious and vicious the way that child was beaten. It took 2 people to kill Amari. Like I said to you many, many days ago. It took 2 people to kill her, 2 people to cover up her murder, and 1 person who I think the evidence is clearly established was the one who actually dumped her like trash. And like I said, Brittany will have her day, but today, it's this defendant's day. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to sit down. Mr. Greenwald will have an opportunity to talk to you. It's important that you understand the concepts of the law. The judge will also give you. Please remember, truth is right before your eyes. And I'll be back.
That's an interesting tactics to alternate between the prosecutors. That's not very common.
Thank you, Judge.
So, that was the state's closing arguments. Now it's the defense closing arguments. Okay? Yeah, this won't take long, folks. And sorry if you had boosted your sound and my voice all of a sudden shows up. Once this is handed to the jury, we are officially on verdict watch. I don't expect this to take long at all, but we will listen to the medical examiner's testimony while we wait. Let's see here. If they find guilty of the main charge, is there then a sentencing phase the jury decides, or does it go to the judge? I believe this will go to the judge, since I do not believe this is a death penalty case. Okay, let's listen to the defense.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Good news and bad news. The bad news is each side gets up to 2 hours to talk to you all. The good news is I don't plan on taking 2 hours to convey from our perspective what should be conveyed to you all. Now, we're blessed here in Gwinnett County. Ms. Nizam, Mr. Brown, excellent, fine prosecutors. Should be very proud to have them working in the district attorney's office. They do a great job. Judge Duncan does a great job every time I'm before her. She is sort of the referee in this case. We rise, if you want to know why the lawyers rise, when you all come in the courtroom, it's a sign of respect. because you all are the actual judges in this case. You are the judges of the facts as you find them to be. After I sit down and Ms. Nizam gets to come back up and make a concluding argument, Judge Duncan will tell you what the law is, define legal terms for you, and it's called jury instructions, jury charge. And then after the judge tells you what the law is, you'll disappear back through that door and you'll get a chance to deliberate and return a verdict that, in your opinion, speaks the truth in this case. It doesn't matter. It's a hard thing for a lawyer to say, but it doesn't matter what the lawyers think. It doesn't matter what the lawyers believe. What matters is the evidence in this case. And what matters is what you all ultimately believe and ultimately decide. Now, as I told you in opening a couple of days ago, I'm not a moron. I'm not an idiot. I get the heartstrings of this case. I've got 3 kids at home. My late dad was a New York police detective for 30 years. So I get it. It's tough. It is awful that all of us had to meet under these circumstances. It's a tragedy. Can't shirk it, can't put it aside. It's awful. But one of the charges that Judge Duncan is going to tell you is sympathy has no place in your verdict. All of you are sitting in those comfortable chairs rather than out there on the benches because you all told us in jury selection that you were impartial. You heard it over and over again. Were you leaning towards one side versus the other, or were you right down the middle? All of you said you were right down the middle. That's why you're sitting there now. And so when you go back to deliberate, and yeah, it's an awful case. It's a horrible case. It's not a shoplifting, it's not drugs, it's not DUI. I get that. But you're to base your verdict on the evidence, or the lack thereof, not on emotion. And so, Ms. Nizam, in her first closing argument, she used the phrase, and she's an excellent lawyer, I'm not knocking her. She used the phrase, little Amari. Amari's broken little body. Those are all emotional terms. Those all tug at the heartstrings. And the case itself tugs at your heartstrings. I get that. But at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, after I sit down, Ms. Nizam sits down, Judge Duncan tells you what the law is, you are to base your verdict in all these counts not on the heartstrings, not on emotion, not on sympathy. You are to base your verdict on the evidence or the lack thereof. Plain and simple. No matter what phrases you hear, no matter the images that are posed to you, whatever words are used, that's what you're to base your verdict on. The evidence or the lack thereof. So, start off with this concept. There is no direct evidence, and there's 2 types of evidence: direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. So let's talk about what's direct evidence. Direct evidence is witness comes in, says, I saw Celeste kill Amari. Saw her hands around her neck, saw her take a hammer and hit her. That would have been direct evidence. Somebody actually saw it. You don't have that in this case. Yeah, you saw the videos up on the screen of what was going on in the Congress Hotel. That was in July of 2021. That was not November of 2021. You saw no videos from the room at Hometown from November. So those videos that were played with Ms. Hall in some and Ms. Owens purportedly in the other were from July of 2021. So first off, in regards to malice murder, felony murder, the other 2 counts of felony murder, ag assault, ag battery, and you'll have the indictment out with you. There's no direct evidence that Ms. Owens, and you may hear her referred to as a defendant, well, she's Celeste Owens. There's no direct evidence she killed Amari. That's the starting point. Obviously, they're sitting at that table representing the state of Georgia, prosecuting the case, so that's their view of the evidence. But the evidence in and of itself, there is no direct evidence that she killed Amari. So you get to circumstantial evidence. And Ms. Nazan gave a very good description of what is circumstantial evidence. You go to bed, you're in your bed at night, and you hear droplets coming down on the roof, lightning, thunder. You believe it's raining. You wake up in the morning, go outside, the sun is out, the pavement is dry, the grass somewhat wet. Well, circumstantial evidence, it might be that it was raining the night before. But pavement being dry, it could also be asserted that that's morning dew. The sun is out, there's no puddles on the ground, yet the grass is somewhat wet. That is circumstantial evidence, because you didn't actually see what caused the ground to be wet after the sun came up the next morning. So that's the 2 types of evidence: direct evidence or circumstantial evidence. There's no direct evidence she killed Amari. I would submit to you all there's also no circumstantial evidence that Celeste Owens killed Amari. Now, you got the videos, you got the photos, but that doesn't prove what took place in November. Now, I'm also not an idiot and not a moron standing up here before you all. I'm not telling you you have to like Celeste Owens. I'm not telling you you have to appreciate her, respect her, like her. I'm not telling you that at all. But this case is not about who you like, who you don't like, who you respect, or who you don't respect. This case is about the evidence. When the state brings these charges, I don't care if it's 1, 2, or 22, they do have the burden of proof by evidence, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the person or persons, and in this case they've charged 2 people, Mom, Brittany, and I'm glad to hear she'll have her day in court, probably sometime in the new year, and my client, Ms. Owens. She's the one who's been on trial this week. So the state has the burden of proving to you all, beyond a reasonable doubt, that she is guilty of these crimes. Not that she's a bad person. Not that you should hate her, dislike her. The burden of proof, this is a criminal case, the burden of proof is by evidence to convince you all that she's guilty of all of these charges, by direct or circumstantial evidence. They further, when you have the indictment out with you, you will see in each count, other than count 21, in each count, and I think count 20 deals with Brittany lying to the police, saying her daughter went missing. So counts 1 through 19, you will have, and you'll see the way it's indicted. And indicted just means charged. Fancy legal word for charged. You'll see that they're indicted individually as well as parties to the crime. What does that mean? That means the state is trying to have it both ways in the indictment. You'll actually see those words in the indictment, individually and as parties. The way it says, just to give you an example, in regards to count 1, it says, grand jurors charge and accuse Brittany Nicole Hall and Celeste Alexandria Owens individually and as parties concerned in the commission of a crime with the offense of malice murder. And it goes on that way for the next 18 counts. Individually, that they each individually killed Amari. And or parties together, working together by assisting each other, helping each other committing these crimes. Well, which is it? Doesn't matter in regards to the evidence, because the evidence, whether direct, is not there, and whether circumstantial is not there. Not only that Celeste did not individually kill Amari with malice or without, but the evidence is simply not there that she assisted, helped, participated with Brittany in killing Amari. That's a tragedy. It absolutely is a tragedy. We should not be here, but we are. And since we are, when you go back out there after listening to Ms. Nizam's, I'm sure it'll be a great closing, and the instructions from Judge Duncan, when you go back out there to deliberate, this is not whether she's a good person, whether she's a nice person. This is whether or not the state, by evidence, has proven her guilt, either as individual or as a party to the crime in killing Amari. Party to a crime, in basic terms, means doing something, helping, assisting, participating. And in going over all the evidence, the videos, I just heard Ms. Nizam say something about 2 voices on those videos. It's not a crime to talk. It's not a crime to speak. Party to the crime means doing something to help the person commit the crime. Classic example is the liquor store robbery, where one person's the driver. They drive up to the liquor store, the gunman gets out of the car, goes into the liquor store, holds it up, gets the cash, comes back out, gets back in the car, and the getaway driver drives them both away. That's a party to a crime. The getaway driver, aware of what his co-defendant, armed robber, is doing, is the getaway driver. That's a party to the crime. Ask yourselves, in regards to the evidence in this case, what specifically did Celeste Owens do to help, assist, participate with Brittany Hall in killing Amari? What did she do? We don't even know, evidence-wise, ladies and gentlemen, the day Amari died. More importantly, we don't even know, evidence-wise, I don't care what lawyers say, evidence-wise, where Amari died. You don't even have any evidence of that in this case. So they want to say that Celeste, individually or as a party to the crime with Brittany, killed Amari, helped Brittany, assisted Brittany in killing Amari. Let's start off with, where was she killed? We don't know. We have no evidence of that whatsoever. And so from an evidence standpoint, I submit to you all, there is no evidence, not opinion, not talk, but evidence of what Celeste Owens actually did to help, assist, participate in Amari's death, Amari's killing. You don't have that. State has their theory, of course, and that's why we're here with these charges. But bringing charges does not mean somebody is guilty. The videos from July, yeah, horrific. Absolutely. But it's not evidence of what took place purportedly in November. It's not evidence that Celeste Owens knowingly assisted or participated in November in killing Amari. But they're hanging their hat, they're banking on what took place via video in July. It was Brittany who was Amari's primary caregiver. It's not a co-parenting relationship. We heard that from grandmother, Ms. Wright, that she and Brittany would co-parent all three children. And in that house, in that motel room, when the police showed up, who was giving the majority of the info? Height, weight, autism, medications to the police about Amari. It was not Ms. Owens, it was Brittany Hall, the mom. So she was the primary caregiver for Amari. I submit to you all that fact is uncontroverted. You heard from Zaire. God bless her. 9, 10 years of age, having to come into a courtroom in front of a group of strangers. Thankfully, she had a good rapport with Mr. Brown, with Brian. And thankfully, he told her that a nice man was going to be asking her some questions after he sat down. And I appreciate him telling her that. And I submit to you, she's a child doing the best she could. What's important, though, that I ask you to remember is Zaire, she didn't remember her mom's name. Okay. And she's up there doing the best she can. But she told you all, Mommy never hit me. Brittany never hit her. That's just not true. Ms. Wright, God bless her, Grandma, she was unaware that her daughter was using corporal punishment, hitting, smacking, kicking, stomping on her own children, Ms. Wright's grandchildren. But it's just not credible, not believable for Zaire to tell you all that Mommy never hit her, because that's not true. She also testified, and remember Judge Duncan swearing every witness in to tell the truth. I'm not knocking Zaire, but these are factors that you all have to take into consideration in deciding this case. Zaire testified she never slept in a bed. May seem like an innocuous response to something, but it's important. Why? Because for almost 3 months, from September through November of 2021, they slept in that second bed, in that room there at the hometown suites. When the police came in that motel room to talk to Brittany and Celeste, what did they say? 2 other kids, who would include Zaire, or asleep in the bed. That's important because Zaire told you all she never slept in a bed. That's just not true. She told the police when Mr. Brown sat down and I got to ask her some questions, she had seen her interview and it refreshed her recollection when she had talked to police 3 years ago. And I asked her, you remember telling the police that it was a man who took Amari by the neck and put her in a dark room? She said yes. She remembered that because that's what she told the police, that a man took her sister by the neck and put her in a dark room. She said also to the police, Amari had toilet paper in her mouth, and the next morning she wouldn't wake up. That's what she remembered from November of 2021. But none of that, ladies and gentlemen, from an evidence standpoint, shows Celeste Owens killing, murdering with malice or without Amari. None of that does. Ms. Wright was unaware of Amari's autism and was unaware of her medications. And I applaud Ms. Wright for being a great grandmother. I mean, she took care of these kids as Brittany came in and out of her life. Would have one child, go back to the nest, leave, have another child, go back to the nest, leave, and have another child. And God bless Ms. Wright for stepping into the breach time and time again in an incredibly painful situation. But none of that shines any evidence on Celeste Owens being a killer. I'm going to leave the cruelty to children counts. If you can square away and figure out the tattoos on the legs, no tattoos on the legs, who's doing what to whom back in July of 2021, I will leave that up to you all to decide from an evidence standpoint. But in regards to counts 1 through 8, the murder, malice murder, felony murder, ag battery for the lacerated liver, aggravated assault on Amari with an unknown object, please ask yourselves, no matter what I say, no matter what Ms. Nizam says, evidence-wise, where is the evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Celeste Owens did those things? It is not there. You'll have the verdict form out with you. That will go out with items of evidence. The verdict form lists all the counts, and you are to make an independent decision as to each count. Whatever your verdict is, you take count 1, count 2, count 3, and so forth. And let me go over, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit about what I expect Judge Duncan to tell you is the law in this case. Judge Duncan, I expect, will tell you that the defendant, Celeste Owens, is presumed innocent. So when we started the trial, it really wasn't leaning this way, it was leaning this way. Because Judge Duncan will tell you that the presumption of innocence surrounds and protects Celeste, and that presumption remains with her, innocence, until it is overcome by the state with, not opinion, you'll hear the word with evidence that is sufficient to convince you all beyond a reasonable doubt that she is guilty, and that the state has the burden of proving each and every element of each crime charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is the doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. That's what a reasonable doubt is. Judge Duncan will tell you that the burden of proof rests upon the state to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. She will tell you there is no burden whatsoever on us. We don't have to do anything. I could have sat here all trial, not asked one question, not done anything. Didn't have to make an opening statement, didn't have to make a closing statement, because there is no burden whatsoever on the defense to do anything. Still America, 2024, we don't have to do anything. But I did ask questions. Judge Duncan will also tell you that if the state, the prosecution, fails to prove Celeste Owens' guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, it would be your, and this is a key word you will hear when the judge tells you what the jury instructions are, it would be your duty to acquit her, find her not guilty, if they fail to prove her guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You will hear that grave suspicion, mere conjecture, suspicion, maybe, could be, possibly, she's guilty, are not sufficient, aren't enough to find her guilty. Suspicion, conjecture, is not what the law requires. Yeah, the law doesn't require 100% mathematical certainty. That's absolutely correct. But the law does require proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And suspicion and conjecture, speculation, are not sufficient for you all to find her guilty. Judge Duncan will tell you that Celeste was under no duty, under no burden to testify. She didn't have to get up here and say anything. Because just like I didn't have to do anything, or say anything, or ask any questions, there is no burden on Celeste whatsoever to have to testify. And that you cannot, when you go back and deliberate and go over the evidence and the judge's instructions that you hear from her, you cannot use that in your deliberations, the fact that Celeste Owens did not choose to testify. Cannot at all base your verdict upon that. Judge Duncan, ladies and gentlemen, will define for you what parties to a crime is, because when you have the indictment and you look at it, you will see it says individually and as parties to the various allegations. And a party to a crime is a person is a party to a crime only if, and you will hear Judge Duncan tell you that, only if that person, in this case Celeste Owens, only if she directly commits the crime or intentionally helps in the commission of the crime. That's it. To be a party to a crime, you either do it directly or you help someone participate with that person intentionally in committing the crime. You don't have that in this case, ladies and gentlemen. There is no evidence for either of those, that she directly killed Amari or intentionally helped Brittany kill Amari. Knowledge is an important aspect of party to a crime. And the judge will tell you, if you find from the evidence that the defendant, again, Celeste Owens, did not knowingly and intentionally commit, participate, or help in the commission of the alleged offense or offenses. You're going to hear those words again, those two words. It would be your duty to acquit the defendant, Celeste Owens. Find her not guilty. Judge Duncan will define for you what mere association is. It's the old adage, who you hang around with. was told, if you hang around with the kids from the other side of the tracks, you're going to get in trouble. So don't hang out with them. But mere association is not sufficient. Who you hang out with, who you choose to be your girlfriend, your partner, spouse, that's not sufficient. Judge will tell you a jury is not authorized, you all, to find a person who was merely associated with other persons, Brittany, involved in the commission of a crime, guilty. Just who you choose to hang out with, just who you choose to be with, just who you choose to be in love with, associate with, is not enough. They, again, have to show you did something or helped in doing something in order to be guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Malice murder, count 1, essentially with malice aforethought, those legal words that Ms. Nazan was talking about. Malice, bottom line, is the unlawful intention to kill. You unlawfully intended to kill Amari. That's what count 1 must be proven by the state by evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. It is not there that she unlawfully intended to kill Amari. The murder counts, felony murder counts. You have ag battery, ag assault, cruelty to children, all dealing with November. Not talking about July here, we're talking about November. And the state, beyond a reasonable doubt, must prove that Celeste caused the death of another person, Amari, by committing a felony, either ag battery or ag assault or cruelty to children. Again, they don't have to show malice, but what they do have to show is this person sitting over there who's been sitting next to me for 5 days, by evidence, killed Amari during a felony, or participated or assisted in Brittany killing Amari during the commission of a felony, by evidence. And ladies and gentlemen, they have not. And lastly, as I started off early on in my closing, ladies and gentlemen, Judge Duncan will tell you that your verdict should be a true verdict based upon your opinion of the, it's not going to say opening or closing statements of the lawyers. It's not going to say which lawyer or lawyers you liked or didn't like. Your verdict should be a true verdict based upon your opinion of the evidence, according to the laws given you in this charge. Judge Duncan will further tell you, you are not to show favor or sympathy to one party or the other. Brutally tough in a case like this, where you have an 8-year-old who's gone, who'll never see another birthday or Christmas or graduation or grow up. Yeah, it's brutal. Absolutely it's brutal. But when you swore your oath, that's what you swore to do. You are not to show favor or sympathy to one party or the other. Judge Duncan will tell you it is your duty to consider the facts objectively, without favor, affection, or sympathy to either party. Extremely tough and brutal in a case like this. But that's why you all were chosen, because that's what you swore an oath to do, and Judge Duncan will tell you that. She'll lastly tell you, ladies and gentlemen, you should not be influenced by sympathy or prejudice because of race, creed, color, religion, national origin, sexual preference, economic status, for or against either party. Quite simply, you take people as you find them. You take the evidence as you find them. You take the law as given to you by Judge Duncan, that she will tell you after we sit down. I don't get to come back up here and counter or refute anything that Ms. Nizam or Mr. Brown, either one of them, comes back here and says in closing. Now, sitting over there, I may go, oh, I should have covered that. Why didn't I cover that? But at the end of the day, the bottom line, ladies and gentlemen, is the state has the full, total, and complete burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt to prove to you by evidence that Celeste Owens is guilty. And I submit to you, in regards to the particular case before y'all, the evidence that's been presented, that's not been presented, you never heard squat, jack about the crime lab. So none of those pillowcases, clothing, none of that stuff was ever sent off. Or if it was, never got any results back. Because if there had been blood in any of that stuff, I submit to you, you would have heard about it. But you don't have any of that before you. So what you have in this case, ladies and gentlemen, is supposition, is guesswork, is, well, this is from July, let's equate it now over to November. Guilty. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, please hold the state to their burden of proof, as the judge will tell you you must do. Render a verdict that speaks the truth in this case based upon the evidence and the lack thereof. Follow the judge's instructions regarding your duty and ask you to return a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Greenwald.
That was a good closing argument from the defense, pointing out the small holes in the state's case and arguing there's no direct evidence. And then he claimed there were no circumstantial evidence, but I'm not so sure about that, because the recordings that was presented is the recordings that were found from July of 2021, and the injuries on that child extended throughout up until the day she passed due to battered child syndrome. And so the abuse continued, constant, daily, and they lived together in that hotel room which they rented day by day. And so yeah, the circumstantial evidence is there in my opinion, but this is what differentiates a good defense attorney from a defense attorney who just show up. He is doing everything he can for his client, and he's doing a good job. And with all the evidence in there, I don't see how the jury can get to a not guilty verdict. I really don't. Maybe on one or two of the lesser charges, but yeah, I do believe the prosecution have met their burden. See the question from John C here. How was the crime discovered? They called 2 days later, reported her missing, and they took them about a day and a half to find the remains wrapped in plastic bags. And then when they started to look around for evidence, they discovered that Celeste Owens rented a U-Haul, and then she went off to buy some bleach. And that U-Haul was driven more or less the exact amount of miles from the U-Haul to the apartment to where she was found, and back again to U-Haul, almost exactly to the mile. So, yeah. And the videos of them abusing the kids with open hand, closed fist, and tools. All right, let's listen to the charge. Says see what's the charge again? They have 21 charges combined, individually or together, and from felony, from neglect to abuse to assault to felony murder. Yeah, exactly. It was actually a gallon of bleach, not Clorox wipes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want everybody to stand up and stretch for a moment. And be seated when you're ready.
Recommit.
And now it is time for the prosecution for their rebuttal closing argument.
Believe that this defendant did not directly commit, help, or participate in the death of Amari Call is to believe that essentially the defendant was tasked with caring for these children, being called their dad, being in a relationship with Celeste, with Brittany Owens, admitting in her interview with the police to living at the Congress Hotel, living at the Hometown Studios, to say that she had been in a relationship and had been getting to know the kids and being with the kids for going on 2 years, and that while all this is happening, she's just standing there watching. Just standing there, not doing anything other than watching Brittany Hall beat Amari. That's what she wants you to believe, and that's simply unbelievable. And the evidence is clear as to why that's unbelievable. And let's look at it now. So let's look at these videos. You see them, and it's hard to unsee them. But they saw it every day. She saw it every day. And the reason these videos are important, Detective Sorensen said that they occurred over a range between July 20th and August 9th of 2021. That's when they were stamped. And the judge will also tell you that the date really doesn't matter, as long as it happens before the filing of the indictment. So we can pick a date, which was the first day, July 20th of 2021, but those videos occurred over a period of time. Detective Sorensen told you that, and the judge's law will also tell you that that date is not going to be an issue. But it is important. And here's why. It's important because Dr. Downs said that this was a pattern of abuse that had occurred starting from anywhere between days to months, various stages of healing on all of these different injuries on Amari. So what happened at the Congress Hotel does matter. It matters a lot. And this defendant directly was abusing not just Amari, but all of the children. Call it luck that the detective found those videos, call it divine intervention. I don't know what it was, but we do know that it happened. Ms. Penix came in here to tell you that the Congress Hotel, that's located here in Gwinnett County, because we have to prove to you that it occurred here in Gwinnett. So that's why she came in here to tell you that. And so these videos and the individuals on the videos, Sergeant Campbell, the reason he came in here and gave a big pamphlet of all the different tattoos that are found on both defendants is so you can decipher who is who on these videos and who is doing what to whom. Now remember, all the evidence that came in, you will have that with you. You will be able to take that back, the photographs, the charts, all the different things. You'll be able to look at that yourself. tattoo, I submit to you, you will see several times on the videos. You will see her face on several of these videos. You will hear her voice, which you spent almost 2 hours listening to when she spoke to Detective Swarmson. And you'll know that she has no tattoos on her legs. So we know when there's a tattoo on the leg that it's going to be Brittany Hall. That's what Sergeant Campbell's purpose in coming to court to talk to you guys was about. And each of the counts in the bill of indictment, as they pertain to the cruelty to children charge, deal with the fact that we have to prove that this defendant, either individually, on her own, or as a party to a crime, either helping or being part of. Remember, two people can commit the same crime, depending on the role that they play. Being there, having the same pattern of abuse, doing the same types of things, and being seen on video doing it, whether it was in July, August, or November, doesn't matter. Causing cruel and excessive physical and mental pain. So let's go straight to the point of what these videos were about. How humiliating.
Lace this shit, sweet your ass, bitch. What is it? He and all in front of the church. So as you walk out, you
To call an 8-year-old that's just sheer humiliation, right? Mental pain, excessive mental pain. Count 8 charges both defendants, but again, we're here for her today, for slapping Amari, causing her head to whip back while sitting on the ground. Here's count 8.
don't.
Yeah, I should have spoken out about a trigger warning. This is, when I heard this the first time, I clenched my fists and I wanted to jump through the screen. You don't do this to a child, any child. Open fist, closed fist, with tools. You just don't do this. There's something vehemently evil in these two defendants. Absolute evil.
Guilty. Count 9. Kicking and striking Jakari while he's blindfolded and laying on the ground. That's the language in each of these counts that you'll get to take back with you. We have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt.
Don't move.
The tattoo on the arm.
Blindfolded on the ground with a closed fist.
The voice. This defendant. Blindfolded children laying on the ground covered in blankets. This is not discipline. This is torture. This is humiliation. This is savage. Count 10. Stomping on Jakari while he's laying on the ground and telling him to go to the bathroom. Again, the language we have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt in count 10 of the indictment.
Blindfolded under a blanket. This 300-pound woman stomped on the kids. I'm glad they don't show it. I wouldn't have shown you because there's no reason to. The sound of it is enough.
Go to the bathroom.
Guilty. And as an aside, remember Dr. Downs talking about Amari's laceration
over with. Put your arm down. Put it down. Go.
Guilty. Again, same manner in which Dr. Downs testified Amari's injuries could have occurred. Count 12, striking Jakari repeatedly while he's sitting on the floor wrapped in a sheet. Again, look at Zaire. Blindfolded, staring at the wall with a sheet wrapped around her. She is 6 years old.
I know it's not for changing. Huh? He finna get smacked. First of all, he finna get smacked now. I don't know if he's looking at me. Hey, I'm finna handle it. Stop looking. Do you understand me? Keep your eyes to yourself. Do you understand? Stop looking. Stop looking. I smacked earlier for that.
Guilty. Count 12. Count 13. There's that koi fish tattoo again. This defendant striking Jakari and stomping on him, just like Amari's lacerated liver, while laying on the ground, shirtless and blindfolded.
Yeah, I see people in the chat saying they can't do this. I completely understand, because as I told you, this trial is testing the very limits of the principle of innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. I completely understand. I do not expect to have great views on these streams, but it is important to show these trials as well that will not get huge recognition, because these monsters are out there. And these two monsters got caught. And even them have to have their rights protected. The presumption of innocence. Now, yeah. Even then. Because if we don't protect these people's rights, we will have a hard time argue the rights of the people we believe are innocent.
Telling him to go.
Go to sleep.
Another stump. Just like what Dr. Downs said, likely cause a lacerated liver. Count 14, repeatedly striking Jakari on the floor on the back while he's laying on the floor. Again, you don't see these kids sleeping on the bed much, do you?
I'm not playing this in a higher speed, folks.
Guilty. Doesn't matter who's doing the slapping. They are parties to the crime, helping together, same manner. Count 15, repeatedly stomping on Jakari while he's laying on his stomach on the floor.
too good for you.
Because it's not enough to stomp on him, you've got to call him stupid as fuck, too, pardon my language. Same type of stomping. Doesn't matter who pulled the trigger, doesn't matter who stomped on that liver that killed Amari eventually. Count 16, slapping Jakari multiple times while he was standing.
Right now. Yes, man. Stop moving. Corner.
Guilty. Doesn't matter who's doing the slapping. Count 17, striking Zaire with an unknown object while she's laying on the floor. I do want you to pay close attention to the second voice.
You heard me? I'm sitting right here. You got this. I'm sitting right there.
Hey, get the point.
Talk about helping. You got this. I'm standing right here. Does that voice sound familiar? Guilty. Count 18. Stomping and kicking Zaire while she's on the floor and telling her to move the other way.
Turn the other way.
Guilty. Count 18. Why? Why would That's why. She didn't need the sheet. She didn't cover up Jakari. She just didn't want Zaire to have them. And why this?
Fuck your food. Turn around and put your hands up. I said swallow the food first, then take another bite because she's dropping mashed potatoes everywhere. And try to scoop it off the carpet with a spoon. Then I said stop. She stopped and probably trying to keep going after I said stop. So I'll slap her stupid ass. Oh. Tomato busted in my mouth and almost got on my face.
You can see her face there in the corner. You can hear her voice. Who else is she talking to? There's only two people, two adults who lived in that room. Helping, encouraging, directly participating. Turn around and put your hands up. Stare at the wall. She's 6 years old. Guilty of every single count of cruelty to children in this indictment that this defendant is charged with. So let's move on to what really matters. It all matters because it's all connected. It's all intertwined. The first count in count 2 of felony murder has what we call an underlying count of cruelty to children. The felony in the felony murder in count 2 is cruelty to children. For causing Amari, who is under 18, cruel and excessive physical and mental pain by causing multiple blunt force injuries to Amari. 11 pages of injuries. Weakened her body. Various stages of healing. Various different places on the body. Those 15 videos show us that they act together. They encourage each other. They help each other. They hurt these children that this defendant was in the hometown studios. We know that the only time she left, and we contend that this happened on November 19th, because that's why the U-Haul was rented on November 19th. That's why she drove to the area where Amari was dumped. That's why we know it happened on November 19th. How long could she keep a dead child at the hometown studios? By causing blunt force injuries to Amari, by committing the offense of cruelty to children, she is guilty of felony murder in count 2. She is guilty for causing the death of Amari through committing the act of cruelty to children. Guilty to count 2. Felony murder in count 3 deals with a charge called aggravated battery. There's a lot of charges because a lot of things happen to this little girl. And she commits the offense, and this is the language that you'll find that we have to prove to you, that she commits the offense of aggravated battery by maliciously causing bodily harm to Amari Hall by rendering a member of her body useless, specifically her liver. Now, useless is sort of a legal term. Obviously, when you sever or when you actually lacerate the liver, as Dr. Downs testified, it's no longer usable. In this case, it caused her death. It was one of the things that ultimately caused her death, not the only thing. In other words, the defendant's actions caused Amari to have a lacerated liver, which then ultimately, in relation to all the other things, caused her death. The stomping that you saw in the video, that likely caused it. That is the state's theory, based on what Dr. Downs had said. But again, put together with all the other injuries on that little girl, because that's what she was, a little girl. And it doesn't matter who inflicted it, because her actions, as you saw, helped cause the injury. And if you believe that she could have stopped on that child, hit that child, if you believe she could have lifted her hand to strike that child, based on everything that you now know, that she is a party to the crime, and she is guilty of felony murder by committing the offense of aggravated battery, that she helped, either directly or helped or encouraged that liver to be lacerated. She's guilty. She can be guilty of every single count. Remember, you don't have to pick and choose. Count 4, felony murder for aggravated assault. Aggravated assault is when you assault another person with an object, device, or instrument which you can use offensively against another person, and that it actually does cause injury or could cause injury. Again, lots of legal words for basically saying if you use something that could kill or seriously injure someone else, that is what's called an offensive instrument, an offensive object. And here in the indictment, the state alleges that we don't know exactly what it was. We don't know if it was a foot, we don't know if it was a hand, we don't know if it was a belt, we don't know what it was, because they were beating these children with hands, feet, some sort of whip type thing. And so we don't have to be able to show you exactly what that was. We can say that that object can be unknown, but it is likely that it was the hands and feet of this defendant and Brittany Hall, because they're both charged. But together, that caused these injuries to her. I apologize, there is a typo here, but when deciding whether or not something is offensive in some way, you can look at various different things. But essentially, if you find that this defendant utilized some sort of an object, whether it be hands or feet, that ultimately resulted in the injuries to Amari, that's aggravated assault, either directly by helping or causing it to happen, then she is guilty of felony murder for the underlying offense of aggravated assault. look like that. Miss Wright told you this was taken in Miss Wright's house. The way Miss Wright always will remember Amari. Something happened, and it was likely an extension of all the things we've already seen and know. Maybe there was more beatings, maybe there was more blindfolding, more staring at the wall. Maybe it went too far. Maybe her little body, because it was little, couldn't take it anymore. The timeline, you will have all of this information with you. We've talked about it, you've heard the evidence, and you will have the information with you to go through. But what is very, very interesting, once again, is that in the search of this defendant's phone, all of these concerning searches that she did were deleted. Why? You don't want anybody to know that you're looking up how sewage drains work or how to find missing people. You don't want anybody to know that you're about to rent a U-Haul. Why? On November 19th, around 4 in the morning, something likely happened, whether it was a being gone too far, that this defendant either directly committed, encouraged, participated in. Something happened, and that's why these searches on her phone, not Brittany Hall's phone, but her phone, began. Interesting searches, too. Why do you need to find a lake near her? Why do you need help finding missing people? Are you trying to dispose of a body? The state will submit to you that that's what happened. Amari is likely now dead, killed at the hands of this defendant. Now they've got to get rid of her. She's got to get rid of her. So she's got to figure out, well, what can I do? I don't have a car. I don't have any friends. I don't have any family, according to her. What can I do? Well, I better figure something out. I'll go and search up some great idea. And the searches begin. But she has to delete them in case anybody ever finds them, because they don't look good. Her movements are very telling. And again, you'll have the information. Detective Wilbanks did a fantastic job putting together all of her movements with the known information that we have. We know that on November 19th of 2021, this is why the state contends that Amari was killed on November 19th. Because at some point, early that morning before those searches started or around the time they started, and again, it doesn't matter what date it happened. We don't have to prove that, but the evidence shows that it's likely it happened on November 19th. Something happened, and Amari is dead, and the searches began. And ultimately, the searches for U-Haul take her to the nearest U-Haul at around 1 o'clock. And you know from the surveillance video, where she is clearly seen, you know from the contract that she's put all her information on, you know from Detective Blackburn telling you that he sees the name of Celeste Owens on the caller ID of the U-Haul that she's calling, or someone's calling from that phone. Obviously, it's got to be her. It's her phone. And you know from the photographs that are taken when the van is returned later that day, found on her phone, of her own driver's license, as well as the pictures of the U-Haul that is returned with the odometer, like you would do when you return a vehicle to make sure the tank is full or whatever you need to show. You see her leaving with the van that she has now rented around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 1:13. And she stops at Family Dollar. And how interesting that what this defendant buys on video and through the receipt is bleach and latex gloves. You'll have the receipt with you. It says a pack of 4. CSI Johnson said they found 2 in the trash can at the hotel, double gloved. What happened to the other 2? Maybe in that backpack that the defendant is seen taking out of the U-Haul when she returns it that day, the black backpack, the same one the gun was found in at the hotel search. Leaves the Family Dollar around 1:40 to the hometown studios around 1:55. Again, you'll have all this information with you. And then the video shows her coming back, shows the van coming back. We submit that obviously it's the defendant. She's just left the Family Dollar. She's just rented the van and shows up at the hometown studios and stays there until 5:50 when it gets dark. Why does a person who lives at the extended stay hotel get out of the car and needs to rent a U-Haul for 6 hours? Because this defendant is transporting Amari's dead body out of the room. That's why. And coincidentally, right around that same time, as Detective Wilbanks testified, that's when the preferences on the iPhone change, where the location data is now turned off, so no one can track where she's going in a rented U-Haul for 6 hours on the day Amari is likely murdered. At 5:52, the video surveillance that you viewed with Detective Blackburn shows that the van is moved to a spot closer and backs in closer to room 251. At 5:52, around that time after backing in, the van leaves. I am now telling you the last moments of Amari leaving her home, her funeral procession, as she's being taken out to her final resting place, this defendant. That U-Haul leaves, and on 6:55, about an hour later, no location information, but the flashlight is activated on this defendant's phone. Because as you saw from CSI Jimenez, the area in which Amari's body was dumped was dark. So you might need to see where you're going. And at 6:50,
Now that is excellent circumstantial evidence. They could see where the U-Haul went, because U-Haul tracks their vehicles. And while the U-Haul was close to where she was found, she turned on her phone the flashlight. Now that is that is circumstantial evidence, because she was near the spot where the remains were dumped, provably through the U-Haul, and she used the flashlight. Yeah, I don't know how they get away with yeah.
58, there's a call to Brittany. Why? Could it be, hey Brittany, guess what? I just dumped Amari, we're good. Headed back. I don't know. Maybe. Interesting timing. Because then the U-Haul returns back to the A1 and then leaves again for a few minutes as Detective Blackburn indicated, likely to get some gas, and comes back. And then you see the defendant walking around and ultimately gets into the Uber and walks away. And all of these things on the side of the road, the flock images that you learned about and that you will have to see, those corroborate the movements of the van that is taking Amari away. The location data is turned off for 1 hour and 40 minutes. So much activity before that, as Investigator Wilbanks told you about, and then all of a sudden, for 1 solid hour, she doesn't want to be found. But she has to have a phone, because how's she going to get an Uber back? And as soon as that Uber kicks in, that's when the location data comes back up. 20 killer, took 2 people to cover it up, and 1 person to dump it. She's guilty of count 19, concealing the death of Amari, which hindered the officer's ability to figure out whether or not she was involved with it. Guilty by those actions of count 19. Zaire, who the only happy part about this story is watching her walk in. She lived to tell. She was Amari's voice as much as she could. She came into this room to look at 14 strangers and a whole bunch of other people in this courtroom to be questioned by one of the most experienced defense attorneys in this jurisdiction. And for the first time in 3 years, she saw this woman. Had to be 20 feet away from her for the first time. That's one brave little girl. And what she tells you is that she ate bread. She tells you she looked at the wall, and we know she did. There were no toys, not in the search of the room, not when the officers got there, no books, no homeschooling. There's nothing going on. They were getting beat and staring at the wall and blindfolded when they weren't. Slept on the floor, no pillows. You saw it. And what she told you was that Amari was put into a container with a lid by this defendant and put into the trunk of a car taken to the hospital for bad kids. And that's corroborated by seeing the U-Haul. Why do you need to rent a U-Haul? They know they don't have a car. Zaire knew that. It's getting Amari's in a container being put in the back of a car in the trunk. That's corroborated by the fact that she had to rent a U-Haul to put Amari in the back to take her away. She says the man took Amari. Is that who she called Dad? It's a lot for her to come in here. So why did they even call the police? Because now they got to figure it out, right? They got to figure out what they're going to do. They have to call the police. They can't pretend Amari never existed because Papa and Gigi, Mrs. Wright and Mr. Wright, they weren't going to give up. They weren't going to stop looking for their grandchildren. They told you they drove around from place to place, from extended stay, from hotel, looking for their grandchildren. And they weren't going to stop. And they knew that. They knew the kids would probably ask about Amari. But they still waited 2 days so they could get their story straight until they called the police on the morning of the 21st. Because it gave them enough time for the search history around 3:43 on the 19th of how do I report someone missing and what to do when a loved one goes missing. They're trying to figure it out. They're trying to prepare. What am I going to tell the police? What do they want to know? And you can tell because in the interview with Detective Sorensen, when the defendants get real agitated there towards the end, because they keep asking her where Amari is, that's not what she was expecting. Based on her Google search, I submit to you, she was expecting, and this is what she said to them, this is how you go about things. You get info for the missing child that night, then you give a courtesy call, and then you take a statement. That's what she thought was going to happen based on her infinite knowledge from Google of how to report someone missing. That's why she was getting agitated. She didn't think it'd be a big deal, I submit to you. In her initial statement to the police, well, Sergeant Forrester came in to tell you how calm everybody was. Nobody was erratic. And Jakari and Zaire were quiet the entire time, even amongst all of the commotion, all the police activity. Clearly they're in a bed then because the police are coming. You gonna blindfold your kids and put them on the ground when the police are at the door? No. You go to headquarters. She's still calm. She when she's disciplining her. It never got physical. She would not hit the children. These are the things that she's saying in her statement to the police. She doesn't know how the bruises got there when questioned about Zaire and Jakari's bruises there at the police department. Then eventually she says, sometimes I gave her a licking, talking about Zaire, but she classifies that as a pop on the hand. And she says Zaire fell off the bed since she's a wild sleeper. Amari hits herself in the face. How interesting, since the only video we have is of her slapping Amari, hitting her in the face. Amari and Zaire would fight, and that's not true because Zaire came and told you they got along. She doesn't know where Amari is. We know that's not true. She's talking about these strange people at the hometown studio, some crackhead and some lady with pimples on her face, and some guy walking around with a bin trying to pick up kids. Just lie after lie after lie, deception. And then she tells you she's with Diamond that night, the night before. My sister picked me up. I spent the night with my niece and nephew. Was there from midnight to 4 or 5 in the morning. Her own sister came in here and took the stand and said, no, that was a lie. She's guilty of making a false statement to Detective Sorensen by saying that she was with Diamond Owens at a time that was relevant in their investigation. That's count 21. She's guilty of that.
I saw in the chat that the jury will probably be wanting this prosecutor to shut up so they can go deliberate. Yeah, this closing argument, in my opinion, is too long. Way too long. She has made the same points over and over and over again. It's not necessary. Even if you have all the arguments, it's not necessary. She went through all the counts, all the charges, and showed this is why. This is the video. This is why. This is the in my opinion, that's all she needed to do. Russell's mom asks, how old is the sister? Her sister is now 9. She was 6 at the time of this murder. And I don't agree with having her on the stand at all, because the case did not need it. And this probably re-traumatized the poor child, who is, from what I know, in therapy. And so, no, I do not agree with that part of the prosecution's tactics. I really don't.
And then all of a sudden there's a drastic shift in her demeanor, as you saw, ending with, you're a piece of shit to Detective Sorensen. Based on the fact that now she realizes the gig's up. They're not just taking a statement like Google said they would and making a courtesy call. Now they're going to go through her phone. Now they've talked to her family. Now everything changes. She's not that worried about Amari through that entire conversation. She only gets emotional when she realizes the gig's about up. And the phone, first she's fine, because in her mind she's deleted all her history. She's deleted all the stuff that matters. Probably forgot about the videos that are still there. She knew she turned off her location information. And then when she realizes, okay, well, maybe they're not as dumb as I think they are, then all she wants is her phone back. I just want to get my phone and leave. I want to get my phone and leave. That's what she tells the detective in the interviews. Mr. Greenwald talked about no DNA. I want to touch on both things. You heard that there was a search of the U-Haul for any kind of odor of a cadaver. And I want to make it very, very clear that there are some very logical reasons as to why the cadaver dog, whose first search it was, or second search it was, would not have hit on any kind of odor. And because we do believe Mari was carried in the back of that U-Haul van. And she told you, Ms. Schwartz told you, that the length of time in the back plays a big factor, that she would have only been in there less than an hour in the back, maybe in a container, but clearly in garbage bags, because that's where she was found wetting the bed. She didn't really care about the impact that this type of behavior had on the other kids. This wasn't discipline, this wasn't anger, this was control. This was torture. These kids weren't doing anything. You saw in these videos, they're sitting there quietly, they're getting beat. Nothing that causes some or anything like this to happen to them. We don't need to prove motive, the judge will tell you. But there is no reason, which is what makes it so much worse. And this was intentional. I want to point out something that is very relevant. The reason that we put in the weight of this defendant and the weight of Brittany Hall is to show the discrepancy in size. Now, this defendant said she weighed 231 pounds at the time. We saw the video. Sergeant Campbell said that's based on the honor system. Even at its best case scenario, she really was only 231 pounds. Amari was 54. And Zaire and Jakari were likely less than that. That kind of force, that kind of weight on top of those children, and Amari was already weak. That's why they were kept out of school. They had no friends. Those children sat there staring at the wall and having no idea that their Gigi and their Papa were out there looking for them. They had no idea the world was happening around them while they sat in that hellhole with her.
Lady, just because you have 2 hours does not mean you have to use the 2 hours.
You saw the injuries on Zaire the night that the police brought them to headquarters. Look at her little extended belly.
The sign when the prosecution and the witnesses talked about signs of malnourishment, the kids had extended bellies. Have you seen extended bellies occur when you are in active starvation mode because your body starts to consume itself to stay alive?
Her face. Remember Dr. Downey's talking about the scars and the various different things on Amari? The scabs, various stages of healing. Same thing with Jakari. Those defensive wounds that Amari had on her arms. That's Jakari. His back, his hand, his extended belly. Randy Work said that in his experience with special victims, that's usually associated with not getting enough food. And this was purposeful. It was purposeful because she deprived them of food. There was plenty of food in that little hotel room. She was eating it. So was Brittany Hall. There was food everywhere in that hotel room, except for Amari, Jakari, and Zaire. Battered child syndrome, based on Dr. Down's testimony, indicates there were so many different, multiple fractures that were caused over a period of time, different places throughout the body, weakened her body, along with the fact Amari's body, without having any food, she weighed less than the 5th percentile, no muscle development. Again, doesn't matter who caused the fatal blow, doesn't matter the blood force injuries, we talked about those, we talked about the binding on the legs. The legs, Amari's legs were bound, in Dr. Downs' opinion. Her mouth, the injury that likely Dr. Downs sees was slapping Amari, wasn't one place on her body that was not hurt. She tried to defend herself, probably. That's what Dr. Downs said. Injuries on her little arms. first picture shows the bags that crime scene technician Heather Johnson shows you that were found in that telephone. You'll have those photographs with you, and you can see the diamond pattern on those bags. And ironically, when Amari is dumped in those bags, it's the same pattern. Because those bags came from this defendant, came from that room, November 19th, 2021. That's the bleach in the room. That's the latex glove. Crumpled up, doubled up inside the cup, next to the cigarette, which ironically this defendant, according to the receipt, did buy some cigarettes too, or smoked cigarettes. And the worst part of all of this is this. Dr. Down said that if they had cared enough to take Amari to get help, she would have survived. She would have survived. But they didn't care because she was trash to her. Mari is a vibrant little girl. That's what Miss White said. She knew her. She lived with her. She's her Gigi. Said she was respectful. She loved to dress up. She loved to cook. She let her crack an egg in the cornbread. Mari will always be 8 years old. This defendant took this Amari and did this to her. He took everything from her. She loved to dress up, so she left her naked. She loved her hair, so they cut it off. Zaire said Celeste cut it off. They didn't even put clothes on her. They didn't put glasses on her. She loved to cook, so they starved her. When I say they, that's she. When I say she, it's they. They did this together. It doesn't matter, but today's her day. She treated her like trash. But Amari Hall was anything but trash. She was a little girl. A little girl who didn't have anywhere else to go in her mind. And she killed her. Ladies and gentlemen, the standards that we set for this community, the community that each of you have said you have chosen to live in, raise your children in, buy your homes in, work in. This community, the standards that are set in this community, what is acceptable and what is not acceptable in this community, it is not set by this honorable court or the district attorney's office or the Gwinnett County Police Department. It is set by all of you, each and every one of you, who in this moment in time will make one of the most important decisions that you will ever make within these hallowed halls of justice. Because today, the power shifts. This woman had the power over Amari for a long time, but today it shifts. It shifts here to you. The Gwinnett County Police Department knocked on every single door of the hometown studios looking for Amari. There is one door left, and that's this door, right here. That leads into courtroom 204, that leads to you. Today is that day. She no longer has the power. This defendant is guilty of every single count, and I ask you to find her guilty on all counts. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is everybody good? You need a restroom break? Okay, all right, we're gonna take a 10-minute recess. We'll come back for the charge of the court.
That just,
Not from the state judge.
Mr. Greenwell.
you let them know, Judge, that, I mean, I know everything goes back with them, but obviously there's no mechanism for playing stuff back. Just so that they know there's nothing for playing any videos or anything.
Well, none of that goes back with them if they want to see any of that. So you want me to let them know that if they want to see a video or listen to anything again, they can ask?
Sure.
That's fine, Judge.
I will try to remember that. The court has provided you with the final charge of the court. Any exceptions
Just,
No.
other than already noted for the record?
is this the final?
This is the final.
No objection for the state judge.
All right, just take a 10-minute recess then.
Thank you, Judge.
Hey, have to unmute myself. Okay. We don't need to hear the jury instructions. So let's go back to this morning when the medical examiner's testimony. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. So yes, I have this in the background. So I can hear when if anything happens. But let's listen to the medical examiner. The questions you had earlier about how for how long, how old were the injuries? It is here. And verdict watch will continue until we hear something, or to about 5:30 p.m. because then I have to prepare for the Friday panel show. Friday panel show today has Empress Fox. It has Solomon Anderson and Jody from the Defense Rests podcast. And of course, Catnot Williams, all the usuals are invited. Or we will be talking about the civil suit that has now been filed against Fulton County Jail by Shannon Stillwell. And then we will move on to the Zachariah Anderson case. All right, let's listen to medical examiner. Oh no.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Everyone have a good night's rest? Very good. All right, the state call its next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Dr. James Owens.
You can use ClickShare.
I'm going to use the hard wire just to make sure we don't have issues.
Good morning. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Downs.
Good morning.
If you would please just say your name and spell it for the court reporter.
James Claude Upshaw Downs, MD, DOWNS.
Thank you, sir. Where all are you employed?
I've worked several different places. I'm here today as an associate medical examiner for Gwinnett County. I also work in Charleston, South Carolina as a coroner's pathologist. Additionally, I work as the medical director for the physician assistant program at Charleston Southern University. And also, I'm a medical legal consultant. I have a consulting business.
How long have you been employed in these various roles?
In all of those different.
Yes.
So I started consulting while I was working my last job. So that was probably 91, something like that. Started working for the Gwinnett County office in 2017 and started working at Charleston, I think, 2020. And I've been doing medical examiner work for 35 years.
Please tell the jury about your education, background, and training.
I got my Bachelor of Science degree in biochemistry, magna cum laude, and Phi Beta Kappa from the University of Georgia. I did my medical school training in Charleston, South Carolina, my hometown. I also did my residency training in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. That was also at the Medical University of South Carolina. I did my fellowship in forensic pathology again at the Medical University of South Carolina. That did include a month in the Dade County, Florida, the Miami Medical Examiner Department. In addition, during the course of that training, I did an internship at the FBI Behavioral Sciences Unit in Quantico, Virginia. Since graduating the residency and fellowship, I've done continuing medical education on an annual basis ever since.
Is performing autopsies part of one or more of your jobs?
Yes.
How many autopsies would you estimate you've performed in your career?
Personally, I've probably done something like 8,000. I've assisted in another couple of thousand. In my former job as the chief medical examiner for the state of Alabama, we did something like 1,500, 2,000 postmortem cases a year.
Folks, 1 second here, because it is almost 9 p.m. here, and no disrespect to this case, but I'm having a beer. I'm going to get myself a beer. I'll be right back. Keep listening to this guy. I already heard it.
Year. All told, I think it's safe to say that I've been part of 16, 17, 18,000 postmortem cases.
Have you ever testified at trial before?
Many times.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in forensic pathology at trial?
Many times.
Can you estimate about how many times you've testified as an expert in forensic pathology?
I can tell you that it's probably hundreds. I've given sworn testimony in 20 different states, in federal courts, for military tribunals, including the Air Force, the Army, the Coast Guard. I've also given sworn testimony before committees of the U.S. House and U.S. Senate, and additionally before the National Commission on Forensic Sciences.
Your Honor, this time the state moves to tender Dr. Downs as an expert in forensic pathology pursuant to the questions we just asked and the stipulation of the parties.
Mr. Greenwell?
No objection.
He's qualified as an expert.
What is the purpose of an autopsy?
I guess the main purpose is to determine what happened to an individual, cause and manner of death. In addition, if there's any information to be gained in addition to specifically cause and manner, to gather that. If it's a case where there's evidence to be collected, to gather that. That would be, for example, photographs, if there are injuries, if there's trace evidence, to collect anything like that.
What does cause of death mean?
Cause of death is the initial event that set in motion the unbroken chain of events that ended in death. In other words, something happens, there's either it's immediate or there's a time, and then the person dies. So the cause is this over here that started that whole chain going.
What is manner of death?
Manner of death is the circumstances under which the cause happened. So there's 5 different possibilities for manner of death. Natural, self-explanatory, you have a heart attack, natural death. Accident, something unforeseen, reasonably unforeseeable. I could leave the courthouse and get hit by a bus. That's unforeseen. Suicide, death by your own hand. Homicide, death by the hand of another. And that can either be active or passive. For instance, neglect. Active neglect, that act is a homicide. And then finally, if you can't tell, undetermined.
Are autopsies only performed for homicides?
No, probably most of the cases we do these days would either be natural or accident.
When bodies are brought to the morgue for an autopsy, are they assigned a case number?
Yes, they are.
When a body is received, are you given any background information on the body?
Yes, I am.
Why is that information important?
Well, I mean, you've been to the doctor, and the first thing that happens to you when you go to the doctor is, why are you here? As a physician, I need to understand the questions that are being asked so that I know what test to perform, kind of an idea of what to look for, either to include or exclude. So it's critical that I have some kind of information. And even if I have no information, that does help me kind of a little bit, tell me what I need to look for in this case. So the more information I get, the better.
Does the medical examiner's office have investigators?
Yes, we do.
What do they do?
They are my eyes and ears at the scene. Because there are only 2 of us who work at the ME's office here in Gwinnett, we can't go to all the scenes. So we have multiple different investigators who are highly skilled professionals who go to a scene, assess the scene, determine preliminarily what they think might be what happened, and then send the case in or decline it, because we don't bring in every single case. There are cases that don't need an autopsy. There are cases that don't even need an external examination. Then there are other cases that clearly need an autopsy in order to find out what happened.
Do the investigators document what they see when they go out to the scene?
Yes.
How do they do that?
They do that by means of photographs, multiple photographs, as well as a written report.
And do you review the photographs and the reports prior to doing an autopsy?
The report usually is not written by the time I do the autopsy. The photographs may or may not be reviewed before the autopsy. It really depends on the circumstances.
Can you walk the jury through the steps of conducting an autopsy in general?
Sure. So we've been through kind of the preliminary. I get a story. I get some history. And based on that history, I kind of set in my mind, okay, here's what I'm looking for. This is going to be an external exam, or this is going to be a full autopsy, and it's going to require lots of documentation. The case we're here about today is one of the latter. It's going to require a lot of documentation. So I go in, we open the body bag, pictures of the outside of the body, and then I start looking on the outside of the body to see if there's anything that I think is important. For instance, here, the body is in plastic bags. Okay, that's important, the fact that the body's in plastic bags. So we'll dissect away that layer, then we'll look underneath that layer. Oh, there's ties around the waist area, the hips, and the arm is tucked under here, and there's another plastic bag tied around the waist. Document all of that, and then we'll kind of go through that process, removing, if there's clothing, after I've looked at the clothing and determined whether or not there's evidence I think is important, we'll go through that. If the body is received wrapped in a sheet, we'll keep the sheet in a case like this, and that'll get transferred in evidence. And so it's a very methodical process. It takes a long time. The outside of the body, the skin is the biggest organ in the body. So believe it or not, usually the outside part of the examination is what takes the most time. Because I'm very meticulous, very thorough. I look at everything. Once I get all of that external done, I've collected whatever external evidence. For example, a sexual examination kit, I might do that. Once all of that's completed, we'll then clean the outside of the body, and then look again. Basically start over and go head to toe, looking for anything that might be there, front and back. Once I'm satisfied with that, I'll then proceed with an internal examination. And that's an incision, shoulder to shoulder, down to the middle of the breastbone, and then down the front of the belly. From that, the rib cage is removed, or the front of the rib cage is removed. Examine all the organs in the body and dissect those out, usually one at a time, depends on the circumstances. If I need to keep something together, I will. If there's evidence there to be seen in the organs, like in this case, I'll take individual organ photographs. I'll collect, like in this case, if there's blood collected somewhere, I'll collect and measure that. During the course of this process, depending on what's available to me, I'll collect toxicology samples, so blood or urine, to look at to see if there are any drugs there. Once I complete that part of the examination, I do have an assistant who's helping me with the organ removal process. We're working side by side, but while I'm looking at the organs individually, they will be preparing the head for examination. So they'll make an incision between the ears and the back of the head and dissect the scalp away and basically flip it forward like this. So the scalp is reversed but laying over the face. Then using a saw, they'll make a circular cut around the skull, remove the brain. Of course, I'm here looking at the steps. If there's something to document or see, we got photographs because there's multiple people in the autopsy room with me. Once we complete that part of the process, the brain is removed, and then I look at the brain, and depending on the type of case, the airway. We may do that next to last or last. It just depends on the nature of the case. With the airway, we'll take this flap that was in the front of the chest and dissect that up. So the flap that was here where I made the incision down to the breastbone, we'll take that skin, dissect it back so it again lies over the face, and then remove all the neck structures except for the blood vessels in front, up to the tongue, including the tongue, and dissect all of that out. And then I'll look at that as well. Once I have looked at everything like that, I will take microscopic sections, and I may take those along the way if they're external injuries or internal injuries that I think I need to document with a microscope. I'll go ahead and take sections of those, and then I'll look at those microscopic slides, send the toxicology out. If there's anything else to examine, I'll do that, and ultimately I'll end up with a written autopsy report.
Now we're going to get to the case at hand for today. Were you asked to perform an autopsy on Amari Nicole Hall in November of 2021?
I was, November 24th.
What background information did you receive when Amari arrived at the morgue?
Basically, the thumbnail sketch was there was this young girl, appeared to be very young, less than 10 years old, who was found in plastic bags in a wooded area, and she appeared to be malnourished. That's kind of the thumbnail sketch. There were multiple obvious injuries externally.
And was she assigned a case number?
She was.
What is that case number?
Give me 1 second. I've blanked on the number as I'm sitting here. 1 second. That's 21G 2057.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits 175 through 184, 186 through 193, 195 through 210, 212, 213, 215, 216, and 218 through 226. So thumb through these and then give them back to me. states 175 through 184, 186 to 193, 195 to 210, 212, 213, 215, 216, and 218 through 226.
What was the last one? Was around 218 through
226.
previously seen Judge Bell.
Admitted without objection.
And may I publish these exhibits, Your Honor?
You may.
Dr. Downs, did you create a PowerPoint containing several of the state's exhibits as well as some diagrams that you believe will help explain the injuries in this case to the jury?
I did.
We have the HDMI input up, Your Honor?
It is.
Okay, just making sure.
Way ahead of you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. What information is contained on this slide, Dr. Downs?
The case number up at the top, 21G2057, Amari Hall. Her date of birth, 10/30/13. Date of death, that's the date that she was pronounced, not the actual date that she died, was November 23rd of 21, and pronounced at a little before 1 p.m. I did my exam the next day at a little before 11:30 in the morning on the 24th, and cause of death, multiple blunt force injuries, other significant conditions. Those are things that aren't reflected in the cause, but are also important in her death. And those other conditions were battered child syndrome, malnutrition, and the manner of death, homicide.
Can you define battered child syndrome for the jury?
That is a description to describe multiple wounds in multiple locations in multiple stages of healing. That is a child who has been abused with injuries in multiple different areas that happened at different times, so different episodes. And they're in multiple stages of healing in multiple different areas on the body.
What is a blunt force injury?
So there's several different big categories. A gunshot wound is a type of injury. A fire injury, a thermal injury is a type of injury. Blunt force is by a blunt, a non-edged weapon. So a sharp force injury would be like a knife, glass, something like that. Blunt force would be like a baseball bat, a brick, any broad, flat surface. Doesn't necessarily have to be broad, but a flat surface. And there are three types of wounds that happen. There is a bruise, medically we call that a contusion, but it's the same thing. An abrasion, that's like when you fall on the sidewalk and skin your knee, that would be an abrasion. And the last type is, actually there's two others, but they're both lacerations. Laceration is a physical tearing of the tissue, ripping the tissue. So on skin, the skin wound would gape open. You can also lacerate bone, that's a fracture.
You mentioned baseball bats when describing blunt force injuries. Could the floor be part of a blunt force injury?
Sure, it's a broad, flat surface, absolutely. Abrasion, like you fall and skin your knee, that would be an abrasion of blunt force injury from the floor as the offending weapon.
Could hands and feet cause blunt force injuries?
Sure.
We're going to go to the next slide. This is State's Exhibit 140. What are we seeing here?
So this is Amari's body. She's in plastic bags. You can see covering her upper body down to just above her waist. At the waist area, you see another plastic bag that's tied around the waist, and within that, there's plastic about a yard length of black fabric that's been tied, involving that second plastic bag. And then the third plastic bag goes from the thigh level down and covers the feet. So she's been placed head to toe in two plastic bags, and they've been pulled away from the midsection, so you can see her butt would be towards us as we're looking at the picture. Her thighs would be going away from us. She's laying on her left side.
This is State's 175.
So this is a close-up kind of the same area we just looked at. Instead, we have now turned the picture. So if we were looking at the picture before with her butt in the foreground, we just turned the picture like this and walked in and got a closer picture. So her butt is now to my left, and her thighs are at the bottom going to my right. You can see that plastic bag that's tied around her waist, and then the black cord, that 3 foot length of cord that's tied in that.
Dr. Downs, there's a pointer just under this monitor here if you would like to use that, if you want to stand up.
Thank you.
Your Honor, is it okay if he gets up?
He may.
Thank you.
What was the significance of this photo in your investigation?
So as I mentioned, we want to document what's there, what we see. The fact that somebody has been, the body has been disposed of within plastic bags, that's a purposeful act. That didn't just inadvertently happen. She was placed inside these bags. The fact that this is knotted, this third bag is knotted and tied around, and the black fabric is also knotted together, that took time and effort and thought. That didn't just happen.
Okay. Moving to State's Exhibit 176.
So now the bags have been pulled away, you can see down here toward her feet area. And the notable thing to me here is we've got some stabbing here, so older injury on the ankle, the outside of the left ankle. In addition, there's a linear mark here, and you can see a finger linear mark here. Those are consistent with binding, like somebody tying her legs together. And since it's old, it's healing, this didn't happen around the time of death. This happened before. Now, there may also have been other tying around the time of death, but this is fresher or older than that.
Are you able to say how old it is or no?
Not really. It's not that precise. I can only see that I see evidence of healing here. I see scabbing. I see red margins. Those are all signs of body reacting. So it happened earlier. May have been multiple episodes, but there's definitely one here, and then this may be fresher over the same area.
This is State's 177.
And we see an abrasion here again, rubbing the superficial skin surface. And again, you see that same horizontal linear pattern. This is on the right lower leg, and you'll see multiple parallel lines. You can also see them up higher. I didn't have any corresponding ties or ligatures around the legs. This looks like it's scabbing, so again, this is an older injury. This wasn't when she died. This happened days before. It wasn't right around the time she died. This is not that same day.
You said ligature. Is that just like a rope or some other
Yeah,
thing?
a tie. So anytime I use that word ligature, and I apologize for the verbiage, it's kind of how we talk about stuff. So if I can, I'll just refer to like a rope or something. So that may be easier.
Well, you can say ligature now. Just
Okay.
tell us what it means. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, this is State's 178.
So here, this is from her left side, and the most notable thing to me is how skinny she is. She is remarkably skinny. When you compare her to height, she's very tall for her age, but she's also very thin. So when you put those two together, she's less than the 5th percentile. So you know those big bell curves where you have everybody 50% is in the middle? She's way over beyond the margin, beyond the curve, past 2 standard deviations. So she's unusually skinny. You can see her ribs sticking out. You can see how narrow her waist is. This child's been malnourished, hasn't gotten sufficient food. Beyond that, then I start looking, I'll just start at the head. I see some dark discoloration around the eye. I see some open defects. There's a dark discoloration here on the chin. In addition, there's a healing laceration on the underside of the jaw. And you'll just notice as you go down, multiple, the lighter tan pink, those are areas where the skin surface has gone away. And once you get past the very superficial surface layer of skin, all the pigment cells are in that layer. So once that is abraded away, once that skin surface is away, everybody has that same color as the subcutaneous, underneath the superficial layer of the skin. And you can see, again, just going down multiple different wounds, abrasions, some excoriations, which is a different type of abrasion. Again, the skin surface is gone. A deeper healing wound here on the left wrist, a very large grouping of abrasions here on the left thigh. You can see some stuff going on in the abdomen and some stuff over on the other arm.
Moving to State's Exhibit 179.
So this is the same general area, but you can see better here. This mark on the belly we'll come back to. And if you look, you'll start to see what look like maybe some bumps over here on the side of the chest, some darker areas of skin that I can't do a whole lot with. I want to look at that when I get the skin surface off. So that's what I'm focusing on in this picture, just the darker areas to try to determine, okay, what is this that I'm looking at? And I also have to remember that she's been out in the woods for a while. So one of the things I have to think about when I'm doing my exam, is this a real injury? Or is this from animals coming after the fact and eating on the remains? I have to be cognizant of that. I do know that there was a 5 or 6 inch hole in that bag around her face that gave animals access to her face. So I know there's facial stuff that's artifact.
This is State's 180.
This is on the right arm, and you see an older scarred injury linear. That could be from something like when I'm holding my hand, hitting the upper arm and causing a wound that's scabbed and healed as a scar. And then the other stuff down below that we already looked at.
This is State's 181.
And this is a closer up of that area on the left back of the forearm. You can see here where you've got an abrasion or an excoriation here. You've got the same thing here, but this is healing. The edges you see are kind of a different color, and they're a little heaped up. So these are healing wounds here, some healing here. This is healing. And then you've got some scabbing here and some blistering here that's non-specific. I can't really do anything with that blistering.
This is State's 182.
This is down now on the left hand and left forearm near the hand. You can see a healing erosion, ulceration on the back of the left forearm, and some scarring on the back of the hand.
Stage 183.
This is on the left upper arm. Now, we looked before on the outside. This is on the inside, and you see a linear, what looks to be an abrasion. It could be a healing abrasion there on the arm, and also some darker discoloration closer to the elbow, and then some likely artifact down there at the elbow crease.
Stage 184.
This is I believe the inside of that left forearm. Again, some blistering. I can't do a whole lot with that. Some scabbing and healing here, scabbing and healing, and then this we didn't see before at all, scabbing and healing here. So all of these, again, older injuries. This isn't what happened the day that she died. This is earlier, they're scabbing.
When you say you can't do a lot with the blistering, what do you mean? You can't determine where it came from, or what?
I don't want to overcall something. Okay, I want to tell you what I can see as a forensic pathologist, but I also don't want to tell you this is a wound and it's not be a wound. So there are some things that I'm going to say I don't know, because I don't. And I don't want to give you the false impression that I have all the answers. This child has so many different injuries and artifact. Artifact is something.
Yeah, this is how every coroner or medical examiner should be testifying. If they don't know, just say, I don't know. There are so many trials I have covered where the medical examiner tries to help. No. Tell us what you see. Tell us what you can show. And move on. And here when it says injuries and artifacts in this case is old injuries. The healed broken ribs, the healed semi-healed bruisings on different stages of healing. And this is a rough one, folks. All the injuries this poor child suffered.
That looks like it could be an injury, but it really is not. I don't want to mislead you and tell you these artifacts are real injuries. They're not. So if I can't tell you, I'm going to say I can't say. They could be, they could not be. There are stuff that clearly is artifact. And if I can tell you that, I will.
Thank you, sir. This is stage 186.
So now we're going more to the front. And thing we see a little better here is that mark across the abdomen. Again, that's a very linear mark. That could be, again, something like a cylindrical object like the pointer that I'm holding in my hand. It's taking the skin surface off here. There's some, looks like it's probably some healing here, but that's an abrasion, and then more other injuries trailing off the abdomen. This crosshatch area in the right upper abdomen, and that's important because that's where the liver is. And as we get to the inside of the body, that'll become obvious why this area at the liver is important in this case. Then going over to the right arm, we can see the same kind of pattern we saw on the left. Multiple different wounds, multiple different locations, multiple different stages of healing. In addition, I mentioned the laceration under the chin. You can see that better. There's what looks to be some artifact around the eye here. So that's not real. It looks like it could be something. It's not. It's just not. Very typically, animals will come in and they will eat around the eyes. They'll eat around the mouth. So we kind of expect to see those types of injuries in those locations.
This is stage 187.
Again, I'm specifically drawing your attention to here, this crosshatch type pattern here in the right abdomen. That's my main focus here. We saw also earlier this injury on the left thigh that's kind of coming to the front a little bit here.
Stage 188.
And that's specifically a different angle. There is some type of pattern here. A pattern injury would be like you're walking on the beach and you look down and you see a footprint. You know it's a footprint. It looks like a footprint. You may not be able to say whose foot it is. Probably can tell it's a left or a right foot. But sometimes there's so much detail, I can tell you it's a Nike size 10.5 and it's this particular brand or this particular model of a Nike. That's not what's happened here. Something caused that. Something has a very distinct pattern. If you gave me 10 objects and one of them included this, I should be able to say, oh, of these 10, I think it's that object. I can't do that here because I don't have the 10 objects. So I recognize there's a pattern of something here. I just don't know what.
What type of injury is that? Is that a burn or an
All right,
abrasion?
so this is an abrasion, and it's deeper here where it's lighter pigment. It could be a burn. If you got a surface hot and branded somebody, it certainly could cause something like that. I can't tell you that that is a burn.
States 189.
All right, so there are a couple of things that are notable here in addition to some scarring, again, older injuries. What struck me here is the lack of muscular development. She's just got no muscles because, again, I think she's malnourished. And you can see these bony, knobby knees in a little kid. That's very unusual in my experience. So that's really what stands out to me here.
States 190.
This is moving down the legs. Again, you see some scarring. You see scabbing, so older injury on the outside of the ankle. This is what looks like a ligature mark, and it's healing, so an older binding injury.
191.
This is just coming in closer to show you that that is in fact a scab, and that's pretty well a long way of healing.
States 192.
This is closer up on that area of healing here. It looks like some scabbing here. These two look like different ages. It could be that they happened at the same time, and that this was just a deeper open wound, and this was more superficial. But this broke the skin, and it's an older injury, at least one.
States 193.
Looking at the top of the left foot, we've got an area of blistering here. That's the outside of the ankle, and this old circular healing injury on the top of the foot. That's not an easy place to injure. Not an easy place to injure. Several different things come to mind as to what might have caused that, but I can't tell you what did cause it.
This is States 195.
So here, you see these lines here, all that's artifact. Okay? That's like a cat or a dog or something clawing at the face. Likely, these are teeth. And then you come up here, and this is what stands out to me most of all. That's a laceration or a tear of the frenulum, the inside of the lip. That is commonly seen with a punch to the face.
States 196.
So now we're looking at the lower lip, and again, you see this stuff that's artifact, but in the middle of the lower lip is a very large laceration. And that is not artifact. It could be that something is eating at a prior injury, but to go to that location, in my experience, would be unusual. So I believe there's an existing injury at that site as well.
Meaning it would be unusual for an animal to get into that area of the body, is that what you mean?
Animals are lazy. They're going to go where the food is readily available. That's why they go to the eyes and the mouth. Because when we die, we leak blood, which is attractive for animals to eat. And so they'll start there. If you have a wound, that's where they're going to start eating. We call that inappropriate decomposition, because we know patterns of how bodies decompose. This is not a normal pattern of decomposition. So I believe that an animal ate an existing wound there.
States 197.
So we're looking at the front of the neck here, and it's scaly up here at the top of the neck. You can see the laceration on the underside of the chin. And then there's some superficial stuff here. I can't tell you exactly what that is. And then you see the pale scars.
States 198.
This is the left side of the neck. You can see the darker discoloration here. Sometimes it's hard to tell externally if there's an injury there or not. There's not any specific injury here. But the scaly skin surface is what draws my attention. I'm also looking to see ears. Ears are common areas that are injured in child abuse cases. People will grab the ear, pop the ear. So we always look at the ears to see if there's anything there, and you can see a little abrasion there.
States 199.
Looking and now at the right side of the head, and there's injuries here to the outside of the right ear. There's also some you see later to the other side. And that's the main purpose here, as well as this linear mark on the neck. Now that is something. That is not a pattern of discoloration or something. There is an existing injury there.
You mentioned that we might see later what's under the blue square there. We're going to save the jury from showing that again. Can you just describe the injury that's on her face up there?
So the blue square is what you're
Yes,
talking
the blue
about?
square.
So animals have basically taken that whole everything is covered by the blue for the most part. Animals are eaten.
Thank you. States 200.
So same thing here, and I'm coming down. Now I'm looking at the side, because one of the things about interpreting injuries is I want to do a three-dimensional look at things. We live in a three-dimensional world, so bodies are three-dimensional. So even though it's a similar picture, it's indifferent. And the difference is important because bodies are not flat. So I have to look at this in the context of, okay, I've got the rib margin here, and I couldn't really appreciate that the other way, how sunken this is. So it allows me to do that. It also gives me a look at how skinny her belly is. And I'm looking better at the right side here. I'm also looking down here at the right leg and a different different pattern on the right arm. Again, you start seeing now, you've seen several of these before, that horizontal linear pattern with an erosion that's healing. Again, around the forearm. This looks like a ligature, a binding injury. You've got some other stuff here that's higher up. That could be binding. It could also be with a rod-like object that's broken the skin. This has some healing associated with it. Scarring here, so different time window here, and then vertical. All right, so this is an object that hits and then changes direction. So that's not one, unless you've got some weird object that has these 4 lines. That's 4 different blows at a prior time.
States 201.
So now I'm looking at specifically at the thighs, and again, what draws my attention here is her lack of muscle development. It's striking to me. Here, I've got some abrasions, but I also noticed that for the most part, her legs are spared. That's important to me because in interpreting injuries, why would somebody's arms be involved and her legs be spared? And there's something that we call defensive injuries, where a subject that is being attacked tries to ward off blows. And there's basically only 2 things you can do. You can cover. Either side of your arm could be the surface to your assailant. Or you can try to punch back, which is going to be really hard for a weaker subject to do against a stronger assailant.
States 202.
Moving down, again, to remind you of these marks on the lower legs, and they're on both sides. And I mentioned just now defensive injuries and why you might only have them on the upper extremities. If your legs are bound, they're not going to be a good weapon to fend off blows with, leaving only your arms free to potentially fight off blows.
Did you see those ligature marks on the insides of the ankles as well, or just the outsides?
I believe they're just on the outsides, and if you think about it, if you're trying to get out of ligatures, you're not pushing together, you're pulling out, so the ligature would bind or rub on the outside.
States 203.
So here we've got multiple linear scabs, so this is not artifact. You've got some scarring here with hyperpigmentation. The skin gets a little darker around that. That's common in people with darker skin. If they get an injury, sometimes it'll come back and it'll be lighter, and sometimes it'll be darker. So that's what I'm looking at here. I've got another injury here. Again, that injury around the neck. And then old linear mark here on the upper arm. And what looks like a darker area, that could be a bruise right there.
States 204.
Again, looks like, I believe the right arm, and just closer up showing you these overlapping linear patterns that have that same scab on one end and deeper healing injury on the other.
Falafel. As I said, I just went over there to check. Okay, Judge just maybe 2 or 3 minutes ago sent the juries off to deliberate. I don't expect this to take long, but we will keep listening to the medical examiner because this is as close to a perfect testimony as you can get because he is there to present the facts.
States 205.
This is a close-up on that right neck injury. I see what looks like some scabbing up at the top, and I can't tell you specifically. That could be something around the neck, a ligature around the neck, but it doesn't go all the way around. It could also be a blow with, again, a cylindrical object like this. That's just so nonspecific, I can't tell you what caused it, but something caused it. Some injury caused that at a prior time.
Stage 206.
Looking, I believe we're down to the legs now, and area around the knee. Again, the same pattern we've seen over and over again. Scabbing with a deeper healing injury associated with one end of that. Linear, generally speaking.
Stage 207.
Looks like a healing injury here, and then multiple areas of scarring on the palm, and looks like a braided area here, closer to the thumb. So palm injuries. Typically, when you fall, we have a reflex called the parachute reflex. When you fall, your hands go out to protect you. So that could be from that process, or they could be specific inflicted injuries to the palm. I can't tell you which.
Stage 208.
This is showing now more to the lower right side of the abdomen. Again, the same type of pattern. So it looks like we're seeing that same linear mark, deeper on one edge, healing on the other, as though you were hitting with a rod, and it goes deeper on one edge, and then where there's less contact with the skin surface, that's the scab part. So the deeper part is actually ulcerating the skin.
Stage 209.
Broader abrasion, non-specific, that could be anything. It could be from the rug on the floor as the child's going down, and then multiple smaller that I can't tell you what caused those.
Stage 210.
I told you we'd come back to the right ear. This is the right ear. You can see an area of erosion here, abrasion behind the right ear, and then deeper, closer to the bottom.
Stage 212.
I think this is to illustrate just a little different view here and to show you that I don't see any continuation on the back side of the legs.
Stage 213.
And the same thing here, I'm looking around to follow these marks to see where they stop and where they continue, and also to see if there's any defense or injuries consistent with defense on the backs of the legs, different views of the legs as we go around the circumference.
Stage 215.
This is a close-up, the lower right leg, showing the scabbing, multiple linear and very limited. Again, it's that area and no other on that leg.
Stage 216.
This is a scab, I believe, on the outside of the right leg and a small scar. Now, this is the type of thing you'd see in a little kid. Little kids, I've had 4 of them, they fall down. They get boo-boos. That's what I would expect to see. Now, that's a pretty significant scar, but you can get that accidentally trip and fall and cut your leg.
We've seen a few photos now that have the ruler in there. What's the purpose of measuring the injuries?
So that's a standard ruler. It's called the ADFO number 2 ruler. It is a standard ruler used worldwide. It's got these quarter-sized circles here, so you know what plane the ruler is in, and it's very specific. You've got 1 centimeter gray, so you know, I believe that's 18% gray, so we know what the contrast is in the picture, and then 1 centimeter black and white alternating with millimeter gradations, and just because I have a hard time keeping it in my brain, a centimeter or 2.5 centimeters is an inch. Okay, so if we go to 3.5 or 2.5 centimeters, that's 1 inch. That gives us an idea between here and here, and here and here. That's about 2 inches.
Stage 218.
And also, I should mention the if you go back.
Yes,
just a
sir.
second, I forgot to mention. So you'll also see we'll have that number with the case number in the pictures. This is the ruler that we use as we go around and take all these pictures. We put the ruler in there so we know it's this case.
All right, back to 218.
Again, we're looking again around the legs. I'm also looking at the feet, and we mentioned the scar on the left. We've got one on the right in a very similar area. I really don't know what to make of that. I don't know if that's maybe ill-fitting shoes. I don't know if there's an injury that was inflicted there. I can't tell you because it's scar. There are weapons that cause very characteristic circular scars. I can't tell you this was caused by a weapon. I can only tell you it's a circular scar.
We are going to move to internal now. This is stage 219.
So this is the most striking part of the autopsy, visually. I make an incision after we did all the external examination. We went to the internal examination. I make an incision in the belly, and immediately, this is the belly. The pubic bone would be down here. The edge of the rib cage would be up here on both sides. In fact, you can see it right here. That's the left rib cage going up. The liver, and there's all of this blood in the belly. That doesn't belong there. Blood should be inside blood vessels, and this is not only liquid blood, there's blood clot inside the belly. So now I know there is a significant injury inside the body.
And
then we
you can
added,
see-
added states 220 to the
Sorry.
side.
So over here, that's the blood that's here. I pulled it out and I quantified it at 120 milliliters, about 4 ounces.
States 221.
All right, this is the right lung, and there's bruising to the right lung at the point of attachment. So there was significant blunt force injury to the chest, sufficient to cause bruising of the right lung deep inside the body, right at the midline. That is a very significant force.
Could being squeezed between two hard objects cause that kind of injury?
I would say it's possible. I would prefer some type of forceful motion, for instance, being thrown against something, because basically all of the organs inside the chest are free floating. They're attached at the top at the airway and attached at the bottom with blood vessels that go to the liver. If you throw somebody against the wall and say they're going, for example, 10 miles an hour, their body hits the wall. Their internal organs are still going at 10 miles an hour. And so they stretch the tissue. This is the mainstem bronchus, the airway. And that's where this bleed looks to be originating from. This is not from a direct blow. Could be from a crushing injury, but I would actually favor a motion injury here.
This shows states 222 and I think with 221 as well, right?
Sure, yeah. So this is the liver, and there's a 3-inch laceration, a 3-inch tear in the liver. Associated with that, and this is different blood volume than what we saw in the belly, because I can't really quantify it. You can see a significant amount of bleeding associated with this. In addition, it looks like there's a little bit of reaction here, so that tells me this injury has been there a little while in order for white blood cells to come in and collect pus. That could be a couple hours.
Okay. And what's the bottom right picture there?
This is the back of the liver, this is the gallbladder, which would be sitting about right here. And you can see the bleeding into the back surface. The darker discoloration here could be blood settling with gravity, livor mortis. We also see an area of bruising here on the left liver.
Are these injuries to the liver what would have caused the bleeding we saw earlier?
Yeah, the blood that we saw in the belly came from this. There's
And
no other source for the blood in the belly.
could this be caused by a crushing injury or a direct blow?
Direct blow, and if you'll remember, I drew special attention to that cross-hatched area in the right abdomen at the edge of the ribs. I think that's what caused this. And I would favor something like a crushing injury. Given that you have that cross-hatch pattern, I would say it could be a footwear, a shoe, a boot. Could be a foot, and we just have a secondary injury over the top of that. But something hit the outside of Amari's body and crushed her liver against her spine.
Could this injury have been caused if the child was laying on the floor and was stomped on?
Yes, that would be an easy explanation for it. That would make sense.
This is states 224 and 225.
So we're looking inside the body. I mentioned the process of the autopsy, we remove all the organs out. So this is the body, all the organs removed out, and toward the midline here, we're looking where the spine would be. This pale tan thing, that's the aorta, the big blood tube that runs from the heart to the rest of the body. So that's the midline. And over on the right side, at the 5th rib in the back by the spine, there's a healing fracture, old injury. On the left side at the 7th rib, there's a healing fracture, different age. Multiple wounds, multiple locations, multiple stages of healing. Clearly, right and left, back, and on the side. These are different wounds, same type of wound, they're both fractures, but they're healing differently and in their different locations. Again, this is part of that battered child syndrome.
I want to jump back, if I can, to the liver injuries. Would there have been any outward signs on the child that this injury had occurred?
I would expect it to be painful. I would expect the child to at least be complaining of abdominal pain, if nothing else.
Is this a survivable injury?
Yep. You take this child to the hospital, they make a foam, they call it gel foam. You just pack the wound, it causes the blood to clot. That's perfectly survivable injury if treated in time.
And when you say in time, how much time do you think it would have been?
It's hard to say with precision. The sooner the better. And I would think that this injury would be immediately noticeable by outward signs from the child, like pain. So I can't tell you like 32 minutes, that's too much. I can't do that. But I can tell you that you get the child to the doctor within a couple hours of this, depending on the rest of the case, this is potentially survivable.
Now we're going to move forward to states 226.
So as part of doing the autopsy, I mentioned we'll do an incision in the back of the head. This is the left back of the head. So inside the hairline, and there's this large area of bruising that's visible underneath the scalp. You can see the outside here of the hair. So there's a large area of bruising, and this is the same bruise as that. There's a smaller area of bruising over here, but this is a fairly significant bruise to the left back of the head.
Was that injury visible on the external examination?
No.
Okay, what are we seeing here?
So as I mentioned, Amari was very small, very tall, over 95th percent for height, but 54 pounds. So that's low end of the spectrum for weight, but based on her height, she should weigh a lot more, right? Because she's very tall, her weight should be somewhere close to that 95th. I mean, doesn't have to be 95th, but 75th. Instead, she's down on the opposite end, and if you put those two together, height for weight, she's less than 5th percentile. She's malnourished. And you saw that video.
What are we seeing on this? You may put them all there or just one at a time?
One at a time will be fine. So what I did is, there's a lot of stuff here. And so I tried to separate out the injuries as to, this is critical. This is something that this person could die of in and of itself. Here she died from all of it. But this is stuff that she needs to get attention for now, if she's going to survive. So the 3-inch laceration on the liver, and I pointed out that 3.5-inch clot that was over it that had some signs of reaction to it. And then there's another bruise, 3/4 of an inch, and bruised liver tissue. So that's the thing that gets, I think, your most acute attention. If that's untreated, you're going to bleed to death. So 4 ounces of blood in the abdomen, that's all associated with that. Okay, so that's critical. Then I said, okay, what are the injuries that, these are fresh, I don't have any doubt that these are fresh injuries that happened around the time she died. And there's a bruise on the central lower lip, 1/2 inch, a little bit bigger than 1/2 inch on the left lower chest. That crosshatch group on the right, and again, that's fresh, which is why it caught my eye, and I thought about that as being that, I think you said stomping, that type of thing. That makes sense as a mechanism. 2.5 inch abrasion on the abdomen, that's that group that ran across the abdomen. And then another group on the right side of the abdomen. And another group we didn't show you for modesty's sake, but there was a 1-inch group of abrasions next to the vagina. And then another abrasion, a little more than 1/2 inch on the right arm. And on the back side of the right arm, there was a little more than a 1/4 inch abrasion. And on the back of the, or on the right thigh, 3.5 inch group of abrasion. On the right knee, that individual abrasion, a little more than 1/2 inch. And I should say this one could be from falling down. Okay, so if you fall down, you skin your knee, it's in the right area. That could also be when she collapsed to the ground. Less than 1/4 inch on the left knee, 2 of those. And then on the left shin, there's a wound that I really can't describe any better than a defect. There's a 1/10 of an inch hole in the skin, for lack of a better descriptor, but it's so small that I can't tell you exactly what kind of wound, probably blunt force. And then on the back, there was a 3.1 inch group of abrasions, and these also had some scarred borders, so this is not only fresh, there's some signs of healing within this group. So 2 separate types of wounds here.
When you say fresh, are you able to assign a time range to that?
I would say probably within hours of death. Again, the scars, the stuff that has heaped margins, those are healing. The stuff that's fresh doesn't have any of that. It doesn't have a scab on it. Scab is an indication of older.
So all of these injuries happened within about an hour of death. Is that what you're saying?
Within a couple of hours of death, I think that's fair.
Yeah. This poor girl was probably in a lot of pain. A lot of pain. And she might have made it known. And the answer from her mother and from Celeste was to beat her up again.
We've moved to fresh internal now, is that right?
Yes, so now we're still with fresh injuries, but now I've, for lack of a better way of saying it, I've removed the skin, I've dissected the skin away to look underneath the skin because it's hard to see some of these injuries, particularly with dark skin. It's hard to see what's there. So unfortunately, one of the processes I have to do is dissect the skin away to to see what's there. And on the back of the scalp, you saw the photograph, that 1.5 inch area of bruising. And the temporalis muscle, that's the muscle right here in front of your ear that kind of fans out, and there's bleeding into that muscle. The right side of the chest has a 2-inch bruise. Left side has an 1.5 inch bruise. On the outside of the lung, we saw the photograph of that 1-inch bruise that was on the inside of the right upper lung. And surface bruise on the lung surface. Didn't see where that one came in, sir.
Right pectoral, I think.
Here?
Yes.
Okay, so 2.5 inch group, a bruising around the heart. So significant blunt force there. And the thing about that is that, you could argue that I could have put that with critical injuries, because if you remember, I think it was last year, the NFL player that got hit in the chest and stood up and then collapsed to the ground. That's called commotio cordis. Fancy way of saying you took a blow to the heart at just the wrong moment in the electrical cycle, and it caused basically an electrical heart attack. So I could easily have put that there, but I think a liver injury in this case is probably more significant. But that's not to say this isn't significant. And over on the right side, the adrenal gland sits right underneath the liver. I mean, literally right against the liver and the right kidney. And there's a 2-inch bruise there. So that trauma, again, it's deep. It's on the front of the liver. You saw the laceration. It's also on the back of the liver. So this is a, for lack of a better way of saying it, full thickness injury of the body at that site. The pancreas is, if the liver sits here, the pancreas is right below that and runs from the liver over to the spleen. And the pancreas had a 2-inch bruise, again, right below. So not only is this front to back full thickness, it's now going over toward the other side. A large area was involved. The right, sorry, typo, that should be buttocks. There's a bruise there as well. A 1-inch bruise underneath the scale of the right knee. On the back of the outside of the right calf, a 1-inch bruise. 1.25 inch on the left upper back bruise. 3/4 inch behind the left elbow. 2-inch bruise on the inside of the right knee. And again, the blood in the abdomen, we've already talked about that. That's repetitive from the others, just so you're aware. Okay, and then I said there's stuff I just don't know. And I think you can just run through these, because I really don't know the upper inner lip, the lower lip. All of these are the same thing. There's discolorations there. I can't tell you definitively that these are all injuries. I can't tell you that they're not injuries. I don't know. And then there's old injuries externally. Again, I think, I mean, we can do these individually, or I think if you look at them, you'll see that there's a 1/2 inch scar, scab and scar, scar, all this on the chest, 2.5 inch scar. And you see, as I mentioned, what battered child syndrome is: multiple wounds, multiple locations, multiple stages of healing. I think that you can see just on that right side of the body so far, this clearly fits the bill. That clearly fits the definition. Now you're going to see the left side of the body, the same level of old wounds. Multiple wounds, multiple locations, multiple stages of healing. And the 2 rib fractures, right 5 in the back, left 7 on the side. And then the bleeding, there was also bleeding to the stomach area and a healing bruise at that location. So that probably has something to do with the bleeding around the heart. But I can't tell you specifically because it could be 2 separate events.
And by old, you just mean older than a few hours before death? Is that all you can say on that?
No, so the scars are obviously older, old enough for something to scar. But the scabs are fresher than scars, and there's a lot of stuff going on here. This is a lot of injuries. So again, perimortem is stuff that happened around the time of death. This is likely, a lot of this is animals, like the 2.25 inch area around the right eye. But as you go through this list, you'll see that there's a lot of stuff around the face and the head, which is one of the reasons that makes me think that it is likely animals. There's, in addition to around the right eye, there's an area on the bridge of the nose that also looks like animals. And we now, just down here, are getting beyond the face and head area. So the collarbone, The axilla is the armpit. Then the area around the vagina, the right abdomen, the inguinal crease is right above the thigh. The brachium is the upper arm. And you can see the right forearm. The phalanx are the fingers, the right wrist, the palm. So again, lots of stuff that I think are animal. I can't tell you if they're actual injuries. I'm just telling you this is what I found. And again, more stuff. And this is, now we're getting to the legs and the back.
I went too far. Is there anything else you need to say on this slide or no?
Yeah, this is just more of the same. I'm going through very detailed. I think I have 11 pages of injuries. Pre-mortem, post-mortem, critical, fresh. I spent 11 pages to document all of that. And then to kind of put it into context, because that's what you do. An autopsy doesn't happen in a vacuum. A subject who's been injured isn't injured in a vacuum. So all of this stuff is important. So if we step back and look at what we spent the past hour going over, the critical stuff is here in the abdomen, the liver laceration, that 2.5, 3-inch laceration there, the 3.5-inch clot associated with that on the liver, the 4 ounces of blood in the belly, all of those fresh external injuries, all of the fresh internal injuries. I put up the uncertain because I don't know and I don't want to tell you they aren't there. Like I don't want to tell you that's for you to decide. I can't tell you they are or not. And you may reach the same conclusion I did. And then just to remind you of all the old injuries, or at least some of the old injuries, because there are actually too many, I think, to fit on the screen. This is important for the battered child syndrome component of why she died.
You indicated cause of death was multiple blunt force injuries, and you noted, we said earlier, malnutrition and battered child syndrome were other significant factors. Can you explain to the jury how malnutrition and battered child syndrome contributed to the death in this case?
Sure. So malnutrition affects the overall being of the person, the physiology, how your body heals, how your body reacts to an injury, your lack of muscular strength to withstand blows, the lack of muscular girth. If you, for example, take a blow to your chest, you have less tissue to protect yourself. So the malnutrition is important there, just like the battered child syndrome is important. If you've ever seen an abused animal, and you've seen the person that's abused that animal step into the room, you've seen the reaction. I've seen that. I have actual videotapes from prior cases I've worked of the same thing happening with children. And I'm a much younger child than Amari. Amari was 8. The child I've seen in the video is about a year. But they react when the abuser comes in. And if you've ever been scared or frightened, fight or flight response, what happens? Your heart rate goes up, your heart starts beating faster. Your blood pressure goes up, your blood is starting to pump harder. You're starting to breathe more because your body needs more oxygen. If you're sustaining injuries, you're in pain. That pain increases all of those fight or flight responses. Actively during the process of her end, Amari is bleeding out of the injuries. She's also in fear because there's nothing to her head. She's conscious. There's no reason for her to be unconscious when all of these, or when the critical injuries are inflicted. So she's in fear. She's physiologically responding to that. So that's why each and every single one of those injuries, fresh and old, to me is physiologically important and why she died.
Thank you, Dr. Downs. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Do you need any of these slides, Rob?
I think the questions I can answer out the slides.
Yeah, but this testimony is rough. She was conscious throughout the abuse up until her body gave up. And then they just threw her away.
We can do the morning break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute recess.
Okay. Skipping ahead.
Just a couple of housekeeping matters before we bring the jury back in. I guess the big question is, do you want to go ahead and release them so that they can, when we're done, have them go for lunch and then come back and do closings and everything after lunch?
Judge, I would prefer to release them and then do closings after lunch.
And what I was gonna ask Judge is, because I believe Dr. Downs is the state's last witness, that my cost is gonna be, limited brief, that I assume that what I would ask is the state rest at that point, and, I'll rest at that point thereafter. Do a motion for a directed verdict outside the presence of the jury. So sort of do a reverse order, that I rest first, send the jury to lunch, we have our, motion for directed verdict hearing, and then whatever other charge conference we need to clean that up, come back, and then we can do closings. So I guess what I'm saying is, I'll rest on the record after the state rests, but reserve the, motion for directed verdict so that we don't have to bring them in and back out. That's all.
Any objection from the state?
Absolutely not, Judge, thank you.
And I've used up all my words that I say.
Understood.
What do I got, doctor? You're a doctor. What do I have? Sinusitis? What do I have? The diagnosis of it.
You don't want him as your doctor.
No, because it's too late.
Well, my procedures are a little invasive.
I see, yes, sir.
Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, sir. So would that work?
I think that's great. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Greenwald, cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Dr. Downs.
Good morning.
Hopefully you can hear me and understand me with my raspy voice. Do you want any water or anything?
I'm fine, thank you, sir, I appreciate it.
No problem. I just have some clarification questions for you, Dr. Downs. You did the autopsy on November the 24th, 2021.
That's correct.
Okay. And Amari, as far as we believe, her body was located, discovered the day before, right? November the 23rd, 2021?
Yes, sir, I did the autopsy about 11:30, and she was pronounced dead about 12, probably found maybe an hour before that, the day before.
Okay, so the day prior. Based upon your examination of her, can you put an approximate time frame on her death in relation to the 23rd of November of 21?
I would really be hesitant to do that for a lot of reasons. One is that she's in plastic bags, so that hinders decomposition. It's November, so the temperature's going to be important, hot, cold. She's in a wooded environment, so the sunlight coming and going, it would really take a lot more detail for me to be able to say when she died. In addition, I don't know if, because there's an interval, what the conditions were between when she died and when she was placed in this environment. That's not something I feel comfortable telling you a definitive answer to.
Okay, could it stretch from a couple of days to a week out, or you're hesitant to even go that far?
It would depend. If she didn't have any refrigeration, for instance, if she's in a cold refrigerated room, that would slow down decomposition. I would really need to know more about the weather, the environment. I can tell you this, if all else being equal, she didn't appear to have a lot of decompositional changes. Instead, what she had was animal depredation.
Because this was late November and the weather tends to be cooler?
Yes, sir.
In late November, okay. Well, let me ask it this way. In regards to the laceration of the liver, would that in and of itself have caused her death?
Not Amari's death, but if you took somebody in every other way, shape, and form like Amari and inflicted that liver injury to them, that person could die just from that liver injury, but that's not Amari. Amari had everything else going in that physiology we talked about with battered child syndrome.
So the lacerated liver, if untreated, that would not in and of itself have caused her death if the injury was left untreated for a period of time?
Again, you can't isolate in Amari's case one thing because it didn't happen that way. You have somebody who has this background who then has an injury inflicted on her. If you take somebody else who's not Amari, but just give them that liver injury, then that person could die with an untreated liver injury like that.
What would be the time frame for a person to die from a lacerated liver?
Again, exactly the circumstances, like Amari, it's hard to say. If it's not her, but somebody with just that liver injury, I'm not a clinician, that is, I don't treat people. I can tell you that I would think a couple of hours would be probably pushing it. She had 120 milliliters, which is 4 ounces of blood in her belly. Her total blood volume for a kid of her weight, now she probably has less because of her malnutrition, but they would have 1.8 liters. So think of a 2-liter bottle of Coke. She's almost that much blood, 1.8, so almost a 2-liter bottle. And she's lost, you got a 500 milliliter, and she's got 120. So she's lost a significant volume of blood, 7% of her total blood volume, something like that. That's what I could measure. But there's more blood I can't measure, like that 3.5-inch clot over her liver. I can't measure that. The blood in her lung, I can't measure that. The blood in her heart, I can't measure that. The blood under her skin, I can't measure that. She lost a significant blood volume.
Would she have lost consciousness over a period of time?
At some point, I would expect her to lose consciousness just from the loss of blood.
Can you estimate a time frame from the loss of blood?
I can't do that. It's different for different people, and also with her malnutrition, her hematocrit, the percent of her blood that's red blood cells, which tells us how much oxygen she has the ability to carry. I can't assess that because I don't know. She may have started with a normal of 40%, say, and hers may have started at 30% because she's malnourished.
In your autopsy, I think you noted that she had a right rib fracture. Would that have occurred prior to her death, after her death? Do you know one way or the other?
Yes, sir. Both of the rib fractures, both the right and the left, were older. That's part of the basis of the battered child syndrome.
So it was both right and left?
That's correct. The left was fresher, but still old.
Can you put a time frame?
It's really, really hard to do. I would say with the fracture callus, which is when you get a fracture, the two ends of the bone come together and you get a lump where those two bones come together. On the left, that lump, you could see where the fracture line was. So that's probably weeks. And then the other side, I didn't see that pattern, so that's probably months, or it could be much older.
Understood. The blood work that was done, that all came back negative for drugs, if I understood, on page 20 of your report.
That's correct. So we send our samples out to the GBI lab, and in this case, we also sent out for chemistry to a different lab, but the blood work for drugs was all negative, and the other lab didn't find any drugs either.
Okay. And needless to say, this was not a case where you found any type of gunshot wounds, stab wounds, anything of that nature, correct?
No, sir. Exclusive of what we talked about, the multiple blunt force injuries and the older healed and healing injuries, the battered child syndrome and the malnutrition. This was an otherwise healthy young girl that had no additional trauma.
And we've used a couple of terms here when the state was asking you some questions. Scabs. What specifically are we talking about when we're talking about a scab versus a scar?
So a scar is actually fibrous tissue that mends together, it meshes together. So it's almost like weaving it back together with tissue that binds the edges of the wound together and the skin becomes intact. A scab is a layer of dead cells, pus, dried debris that forms over the surface of a wound. That's during the process of healing. So while that scab is there, you're getting healing underneath the skin, but the skin is not fully woven back together. So that's the difference, is the scar means this is old. The scab means we're still working on it. It's still in the process of healing.
And I realize every person, every human being is different from the next one, but generally speaking, how long does it take for a scab to occur?
It can happen very quickly. When the wound is small and exposed to air, the blood's going to clot on the surface and can heal. I mean, I would say common experience would be the best way to answer that. You've seen those, but the thing is, you also have deeper wounds that heal more slowly because they are deeper and it takes more time. There are some wounds that don't get stitched back together. You stitch an open wound to bring the edges together to allow that fibrosis to happen underneath. The scab forms on top. Those heal very quickly, so those scabs don't last a long time. versus an open wound, it takes longer. And I just can't give you a precise timeline.
Would it potentially be within a couple of days?
Depending on the type of wound. A deeper wound is not going to be a couple of days. It's going to be longer.
Okay, and again, knowing every person is different, how about in regards to a scar? Is there a particular time frame for a scar to
Where I
occur?
can tell you that it will be scarred, I don't think you can really do that. If you've got scabs, kids pick at scabs. That then kind of sets the clock back a little bit. Also, with her malnutrition, she's going to heal more slowly. So I really can't give you, I wish I could tell you, it's going to take 2 weeks, it's going to take 4 weeks. That wouldn't be accurate.
The malnutrition affects someone's skin,
It affects the entire body.
but specifically in regards to the skin, what's the effect of malnutrition on a person's skin?
Well, you're going to lose subcutaneous fat, which means the skin is going to be thinner, and you lose the immune response becomes impaired, so the white blood cells that come in to help with repair are going to not work as well.
Would it be more susceptible to bruising?
I would say probably it would be more susceptible to bruising because you wouldn't have the structural integrity, you wouldn't have the subcutaneous fat. So yeah, I would say probably more susceptible to bruising. And also depending on what's missing, for instance, vitamin C, scurvy, that condition, and others like vitamin K, clotting factors, yeah, I would say probably more prone to bruising.
You also had mentioned in the direct, use the word fresh in regards to fresh injury or in the context of wounds and so forth. Can you elaborate a little bit when you use the word fresh in that context, what you're referring to?
Not to be smart in the answer, but it means not old. So I'll try to explain that a little better. Fresh would be anywhere from it just happened out to where the white blood cells, specifically a type of cell called a PMN, a neutrophil, that's the same cell, those come in by a couple of hours. I expect to see those specific cells. Out to 2 to 3 days, I see different types of inflammatory cells, and I see red blood cells breaking down. So when I say fresh, it's somewhere from that just happened out to where I get the white blood cells, the neutrophils, and some other reactive changes, but I'm not seeing that second wave of inflammation coming in. So we're not talking 2 days.
2 days from the time, obviously, you're examining.
No, sir. The clock stops when you die. So what I'm saying is, whenever these events, when these fresh injuries happened, was within that time frame of when she actually passed. So the clock stops when she passes.
So within 2 to 3 days of her death, of her passing.
Correct.
And when you mentioned in your report, Dr. Downs, the manner of death being homicide, that doesn't equate to murder, that just equates to death at the hands of another?
That's correct. Murder is a legal term. We specifically don't use that word. I am not an attorney, don't pretend to be one, don't know much about the law at all. I know enough to ask a lawyer.
Okay. So that in and of itself just means death, when you put homicide, death at the hands of another.
Right, literally the word itself is homis, H-O-M-I-S, side, to kill. Homis is human or man. One man or one person kills another person. That's all it means.
And obviously, when you got involved in the case, you can't make a determination, speculate, do anything of that nature in regards of who or whom may have inflicted those injuries that you noted, correct?
No, sir, I don't speculate, and I do not identify perpetrators. That's not my job. My job is to tell you, this is what I saw. This is what happened to Amari. These are all the conditions that are there. And it's up to investigators to take it from there.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No redirect, Your Honor.
May the witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, thank you, Dr. Downs, you're excused.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, that was the coroner. Now, I do believe there is one more witness. I am not sure. No, it wasn't. That was the final witness of today, before they went on an early lunch. And looking at this, still not back, but I mean half an hour. I suspect they are coming back soon. But who knows? Who knows? Weird crap have happened with jurors before. So while we wait, Let's listen to this guy. This is from yesterday.
You can proceed.
Did you swear him in already or no?
I have not. Officer, will you please, do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state and defense have entered into an additional stipulation from those that I had read to you at the beginning of the trial. And that stipulation is as follows. The above defendant and the state do hereby agree that the following matters are stipulated as fact for evidentiary purposes during the course of the defendant's jury trial. Stipulation number 16. Counsel waives a Daubert hearing as it relates to the testimony of investigator J. Wilbanks in his status as an expert witness in the field of cellular data analysis.
If you would, please state your name and spell it for the record.
Yes, it's John, John, excuse me, last name Wilbanks, Wilbanks.
Where are you currently employed?
Now, folks, usually I couldn't care less about cell data and stuff. This guy, again, a trial where it's only there to present evidence. Now, that's interesting, for me at least.
Gwinnett County District Attorney's Office.
What did you do before coming to the DA's office?
Before working at the District Attorney's Office, I did 17 years at the Gwinnett County Police Department, and 5 years before that, military police.
Can you tell us a little bit about your education and training to become a police officer?
Yes, well, I had prior military service. I have a 2-year associate's degree, and then, of course, I went through the Gwinnett County Police Academy, which was about 22 weeks. And that certified me to be what's called post-certified in the state of Georgia, to be able to enforce the laws, swear out warrants, serve warrants, that sort of thing. And then after that point, I began my actual practical experience as an officer, later as a detective and criminal investigator.
And tell us about your duties as an investigator at the DA's office.
I am personally assigned to the Drug and Gang Task Force, where I get certain types of cases that fit into certain categories with drug or gang evidence. And I take those files from the point of a warrant being served all the way up to a situation where we are here today for trial. And in between, a lot of things can take place, such as conducting interviews, swearing out additional search warrants for additional evidence, analyzing additional evidence, and everything that's needed to get a case ready for actual trial or some other resolution. There's times when they're dismissed as well. In addition to that, I also work with cellular data as part of my duties in the office.
Have you received any specialized training for cellular data analysis?
Yes, both training for the physical extraction and examination of devices and training for mapping and records related to cell phone data that the phone companies have. So there's an inner working between those two things at times, but I've been trained in both through a company called Cellular. I've been 3 times certified through that company as a physical analyst and certified operator. In addition, I've been taught by a forensics company called PATC. I've gone to the FBI's CAST basic program for mapping and cellular analysis, and other companies as well. In addition, one of the main things I use is a company called PLX, which helps us to map data records.
We've used the term cellular data analysis several times now. Where do you obtain the cellular data that you analyze?
From either one or two places, either the actual extraction itself or from the phone company.
How many phone extractions do you think you've analyzed in your career?
I mean, I've looked at hundreds through my career.
Have you ever testified about cellular data analysis before?
Yes,
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in cellular data analysis?
yes.
How many times have you testified in general about that topic?
I mean, dozens of times, and 8 times as an expert.
8 times, okay, thank you, sir. Your Honor, at this time, pursuant to the stipulation discussed earlier, the state moves to tender Investigator Wilbanks as an expert in cellular data analysis.
Granted. I'm sorry. Any objection?
It's already stipulated, so.
Great. Great.
Great. What are some of the types of data you look at when analyzing a phone extraction?
So a phone extraction can have lots of different types of data. It depends on, it depends on the capability of the software at the time and the type of phone that's extracted, whether or not we have a password or not. So there are a variety of factors can affect how much information we get out of a phone. But some of the stuff that you can see in a phone is one of the main things I was asked to look at in this case, which is geolocation data. For a short period of time, your cell phones will retain geolocation data. Sometimes that's based on your own usage, and sometimes that's based on independent operation of the phone without even the user's interface with anything needing geolocation. So that's one thing. We can also look at call logs in the phone, contact information. We can look at events that occurred in the phone logs, such as when a settings change took place, or when the when a home screen was activated and that sort of thing. So there's a variety of types of information, but again, it depends on a number of factors.
You used the word geolocation. What does geolocation mean?
It's basically the phone gathering information about a latitude and longitude where the phone believes it is based on its evaluation of either GPS data, cell tower information, Wi-Fi information, Wi-Fi access points if they're known. So the phone computer is making a calculation based on what it's able to see through signals.
How does the phone get GPS location?
It has the ability to communicate through GPS with satellites to determine location, and therefore the more satellites that the phone can see, the more accurate that information can be. So it depends on where the phone's at the time and what access to information it has.
With this location information, are you able to make maps and track movement?
Yes.
I think you mentioned this earlier. What software do you use to make the maps?
The main software that I use is called PLX or PinLink.
And were you asked to analyze the phone extraction in this case?
Yes,
Did you make a map using the geolocation from that extraction?
I did.
What other information did you use to make your maps besides the geolocation information?
Well, specifically, I was asked to look at the extraction and look at known data from this investigation and look at that geolocation data and determine whether it was consistent or inconsistent with these other known events, other known data in the case.
By known data, do you mean the flock images?
Flock images, I believe there was Family Dollar video, there was U-Haul video, there was a contract signed, things like that.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked and previously shown to Defense Counsel as State's Exhibits 144 through 174.
Known data in the case.
Are some of those maps that you made?
They're maps, yes, and demonstrations of extraction from the phone.
Screenshots of the extraction?
Yes.
Okay. And are those fair and accurate copies of the data you analyzed and the maps that you made?
They are.
Your Honor, this time the state moves to tender State's Exhibits 144 through 174 into evidence.
Objection.
Admitted without objection.
May I publish these, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to come back and grab the actual papers. TV on? Oh, there it comes. You mentioned you made a PowerPoint. Is this the start of the PowerPoint?
Yes, this is the beginning of the PowerPoint to explain the exhibits that are going to follow.
Okay. Now we are looking at State's Exhibit 144. Tell us what we're looking at here.
Can I stand, John?
You may.
This is just to orient you to just a geolocation excerpt from the phone in the way that I'm going to be looking at it when I'm looking at it in the Cellular extraction. And just to orient you to some of the information so that you understand how I did it. Just we'll look at this line here. This was at November 19th, 2021 at 12:46 p.m. UTC time -5. That might be confusing if you're not familiar with UTC time. That stands for Uniform Time Coordinated. That is a standardized timekeeping method that companies sometimes use so that they don't have to keep records in different time zones. In order to determine the time zone that is appropriate for where the phone is, we do a calculation. And since this is the winter time and daylight savings time, so we have to account for daylight savings time or whether we're in it or not. And in this case, we have to minus 5 hours from UTC in order to come up with Eastern Standard Time. So it's going to be 12:46. So this has been converted from UTC to Standard Time, just so you know, understand that. And then it gives us a latitude and a longitude. So that's a point that I can map on a map. Now, I use the PLX software, but you don't actually have to have any proprietary software to understand where the phone believed it was at that time. You could simply plug this into Google Earth Pro, any other mapping software, and come up with a location. This indicates that the phone was at that location, and then it gives me a level of certainty here off to the right under the precision column. So the phone believes that it was, 4.93, and then it continues out. So just under 5 meters within that point. So the phone has looked up, it's done a calculation based on GPS, and it's determined that it believes it's here within about a 5-meter degree of accuracy. Now, if we were to go down the list here, you'll see that some of the other locations have a varying degree of accuracy. Here we have this one at 178 meters degree of accuracy. Here, 205. Then we're back to 44, 14, and 8. So the amount or the degree of accuracy that the phone registers is dependent to a great extent on what the user is doing with the phone. So you're going to see in this presentation, there's going to be times where the mapping is seems very concise and precise in the roadway, and then you're going to see other times where the phone is bouncing around between woods and things like that. And in those slides, I will point out to you that degree of accuracy and how that can affect the way it looks.
Is that what happens when you're using your phone and you open an app and it asks if you will give it precise location?
Yes, my experience has been when you are using something on the phone that requires it to have location services, in particular mapping, then the phone gathers very precise information about your location. When it doesn't need that precise information, it may still be registering location information, but it's not going to be as precise. So that's when you start to see things like down here at 893 meters. So it really depends on the usage of the phone.
And just to clarify one more thing so we're clear, the times on here, that's Eastern Time, right? That's what
This
we
is
need to know.
Eastern Standard Time Zone.
Okay.
So again, you can almost disregard that UTC -5 here. Just understand that that is a standard for timekeeping that we have to account for. The software of Cellular allows us to do that conversion.
Now we are going to State's Exhibit 145. What is this?
This is to give you an idea of how much location data I saw in the extraction from Ms. Owens. Here, showing you that in that 24-hour period from November 19th, 2021, there were 6,061 geolocation data points, and that's quite a lot of data. And you'll see that it spanned an area all the way from near Peachtree Corner Circle down to the other side of Norcross going into the Tucker area, or in the Tucker area. So there was a lot of data. In order to understand this, we had to break it down into sections to see what I saw when I looked at it, what information seemed to indicate movement, and what information or data points were just simply that inaccurate bouncing around of those geolocation points.
And State's Exhibit 146.
All of these data points here, up until from just after midnight till 12:41 p.m., place the device registering geolocation information in this area here, which is along Peachtree Industrial Boulevard and Jimmy Carter Boulevard, and in and around the area of the Hometown Suite Studios at 7049 Jimmy Carter Boulevard. And all of these data points tended to have a large degree of uncertainty. So I didn't see any data points there that tended to indicate where I could say I felt sure that the device was moving away from the hotel that day. So up until about 12:41 p.m., the data seemed that it was in and or around that area.
And moving to State's 147. What do we see here?
Yeah, so States 147 is the first time that I saw it move away where I felt confident that it had moved away from the location of the Hometown Suites. And by this time, we're at 12:41 and 21 seconds p.m. And it's at or about the intersection of Peachtree Industrial and Jimmy Carter Boulevard. And then after this, I will begin to see it move away.
We can't really see the information in the little box there. What all is in the little box?
This just gives you your latitude, your longitude, and your date and your time so that you understand where this is coming from.
Moving to State's 148.
Yes. So between 12:41 and 21, that was the previous slide, and 12:59:37, there was 222 data points. And there's sometimes when we begin to see movement, the movement is so substantial that we can tell the device has moved from that previous location all the way to an endpoint here at or about 6274 Lawrenceville Highway, which is a U-Haul rental, and it's also a storage facility. I will draw your attention to this area right here, these very tight GPS data points. This is what I would see a lot of times if I look at a phone and a mapping software or something like that's running, where it's gathering a lot of information, whereas down here, I would think the phone probably wasn't doing anything that needed necessarily accurate, super accurate geolocation information. So this is a good example of how you see the difference between the two.
Moving to State's 149.
So this is a data point that I can feel good that the device is in or about this location at the U-Haul facility and storage facility. This data point at 12:59 p.m. and 37 seconds, it had a 33-degree meter of probability. So that led me to believe it was in or around this area where the business was located.
For those of us not familiar with meters, how far is that in feet?
Well, I mean, roughly 3 feet per, so you're talking 100 feet or so within the area of that location.
Okay. Moving to State's 150.
Okay, so this slide compiles a variety of information, and again, here what I'm looking for is, this is probably the first slide that we will have where I'm looking to associate known data in the case, such as this video and contract information with the geolocation in the phone to look for consistency between the two. All right, so we had previously talked about 12:59 and 37 seconds. This is that exact same information from the previous slide. At the U-Haul, at or about the U-Haul. It is here in this general area, all the way from, we have a data point all the way out here at Highway 29, Tucker Valley Road, and we have several data points along the way to here. Now, all of these data points, 10 in total, took place between 12:59 and 1:12 p.m. But what we found when I drilled into the data and I looked at it, was that all of these other data points that were bouncing around all had a degree of probability of 1,414 meters to 1,497 meters. So that's a very large area. So we can't tell very specific information about where the device was located. In this location with just 33 meters, that's the best one that we had out of that group. So that gave us our best information as far as physical location for the device. So this time span was roughly 12 minutes, 12 to 13 minutes. And in that time, obviously we had video from the U-Haul, believed to be Ms. Owens, and then we also had contract information at 1:06 p.m. that I was aware of from the case. So all these two pieces of other evidence from the case I found were in or about the time when the device would have been in the area of that location.
Moving to states 151.
So at 1:12:47 to 1:13:03, I began to see something that I could determine is likely movement away from the U-Haul. So we still have the U-Haul here to the far right on the screen, but now at 26 meters, it's at or about the roadway on Lawrenceville Highway, and it appears to be traveling back towards Mountain Industrial or Jimmy Carter Boulevard. So in earlier slides, when we saw it coming to this area, that was consistent with this route going there. This is consistent with that route going away from there, as if it's leaving. With this location here being 200 meters, 23 meters, and 26 meters. So we start to see it move away because this is at 1:12 and 47 seconds, 1:12:49 seconds, 1:13 and 3 seconds. So we see that movement away.
This is states 152. What are we seeing on this one?
So I wanted to look at the phone and see the next time that we saw data consistent with the case. Otherwise, I looked at this period between 1:12 and 47 seconds and 1:33 and 59 seconds. There were 83 geolocation data points in that time period. We saw this 1:12:47 in the previous slide, and we can see that it has clearly moved back in the direction from whence it came earlier that day. I knew that there was a video in the case at 7050 Jimmy Carter Boulevard at or about in the Family Dollar, and so I wanted to look at the data to see if it showed going in that direction, and in fact, the geolocation from the phone did show consistency with that video.
Moving to states 153.
So here, I looked at all the data between 1:33 and 59 seconds and 1:55 and 16 seconds. There was 52 data points. And you'll see here again, we have points spread out all over the general area of not only the Hometown Hometown Studios, but also around the known location for the Family Dollar. So that time period covers both. So I wanted to look for data points that showed me specificity. And all of the data points for that time period were at 1,414 meters. Well, that's not very certain, so I couldn't rely on that to show precision location. But the smallest precision location information I found was here at 1:40 p.m. in 6 seconds. The device with 114 meters of accuracy was showing at or about the Family Dollar. And then by 1:55 and 16 seconds, with 58 meter degree of accuracy, is the first time I could be sure it was at or about the location of the Hometown Studios. And one of the things we didn't cover, I've converted it to standard civilian time here. You'll see in the records from the phone, it will have it in military time. That's just a different way of reflecting the exact same time of day.
How do you know that all the random dots all over the place aren't movement of the phone?
Well, there could be there's almost certainly movement going on during that time. I can't tell you how much movement is going on at any one of those particular dots because there's not enough specificity. We have to get down into much smaller degree of margin of error on the calculation to determine for certain what movement is necessary. But what I would feel very comfortable saying is if at 1:40 and 6 seconds, it's at or around Family Dollar, you know, in that 15-minute time period, it had to have moved. The device had to have moved because that wouldn't account for this large area that it covered here. So that's the reason I felt good about this location is because the accuracy level was much greater than the other points.
Okay, so the degree of accuracy for the random points scattered around is that 1,400 meters you're talking
Right.
about?
So
Okay.
all the other ones are this large degree of accuracy, so not something that I would look at for specificity.
Got you. Moving to State's Exhibit 154.
So I'm going back and looking at that same, I'm drilling into that same previous slide at 1:40 and 6 seconds. And we knew from the phone, it's at or about Family Dollar. And we knew within about a minute of that from the video that, I knew from the case evidence, Ms. Owens had been inside the Family Dollar making a purchase.
Moving to State's 155.
And so from 1:55 and 16 seconds p.m. until 5:46 and 40 seconds p.m., we had 872 data points, and I couldn't look at all those data points and determine there was any movement away from that location with any specificity. So this is a summary of everything I saw registered in the phone during that time. There was not enough specificity for me to make any determinations about movement during that time.
Moving to State's 156.
And so as I began to continue looking at geolocation, what I found was an anomaly in the records. I found that at 5:46 p.m. and 40 seconds, there was a geolocation registration. And then the phone didn't register another one until about an hour and 40 minutes later at 7:27 and 25 seconds p.m. So that's a significant period of time for this day's activity. It was not consistent with anything else I had seen that day. It had been on, the time period between registered geolocation for that day had been in terms of minutes, not hours or more. So this was an anomaly to me.
Moving to State's 157.
So then I looked at the phone total extraction. I didn't just look at the geolocation. What I looked at was other things that were going on in the extraction at about the time that we saw that location stop, and then later I would look at what we saw when it started again. Because remember, we've got about an hour and 40 minutes there. So here is the registration at 5:46 p.m. in 40 seconds where we get that last data for that hour and 40 minute, roughly, period. And what we find is some things are going on in the phone. There's information about Yahoo, banking, and so forth. But then I saw something right here that was very interesting to me. And what I saw was that there was a systems preference change that took place here at 5:49 and 48 seconds p.m., followed by someone going to find my iPhone on the device.
What is Find My iPhone?
That's the ability to see where the device is located by going to an application on the phone, if you have an Apple device.
Okay, and so the preference change you noted there combined with the Find My iPhone change, what did that signal to you?
That could be, well, when I saw the system's preference change, I knew that something happened in the settings on the phone, but what it could be consistent with, given the fact that the phone stopped registering location data for the next hour and 40 minutes, was that someone had turned off location services on the phone.
And you can't say that for certain because it doesn't say that right there, is that right?
I can't say that for certain. What I can say is that if you were to turn off your location services on your phone, that's what it would look like in the extraction.
Okay. Moving to State's 158.
So we've got a period of time there where we've got no geolocation data from the phone. I'm gonna continue with the evidence otherwise in the case to determine what else we have. So this is to show you that we last at 5:46 and 40 seconds have the device at around Jimmy Carter Boulevard near the area of the hometown.
There was a shift in the camera. And I don't know why. Because it was on the Georgia seal. And then it wasn't. And the judge has a secret lab share. She uses a gaming share. Yeah. That's not usual. Yeah, definitely the first time I've seen a gaming share. Yeah. But I have this on in the background, and all that happened was that the camera shifted. Now it is 20 to 5, and I don't know if the jury has announced something, because the the court controls the cameras in this trial. So this is not law and crime using their own cameras. There's no Rule 22. It was denied because they use, this is apparently a new courtroom with cameras integrated that they use. Hello, Brandon, by the way. Hello. Good to see you here. So yeah. Until I see something or hear something, let's go back to this guy. And again, proper testimony, easy to understand. We tracked the phone here. Then she turned the location data off. But she rented a U-Haul. And U-Haul tracks their vehicles. So
The next time the phone will register any geolocation is at 7:27 and 25 seconds p.m. and it will be here at about the A1 or U-Haul in Tucker. Now, what we know is from the other evidence in the case was that we had a video of the U-Haul apparently leaving the area of the hometown at about 5:58 p.m. So that's what I was looking at in the case to relate that leaving of the U-Haul with the last time we have location information. So last have location information at roughly 5:46, and within 10 to 12 minutes, we have the vehicle leaving.
But no location data from the phone at this point leaving.
No follow-up data from that.
Moving to states 159.
So, what other evidence did I have to look at to compare and understand the geolocation data? Well, we had a couple of flock images here and here along a route consistent with being on Jimmy Carter Boulevard headed towards the U-Haul location. And that was at 5:46 p.m. The device being here at home at about hometown. But by 6:02, we knew that the U-Haul had registered here on this flock camera at Jimmy Carter Boulevard and Peachtree Industrial. And then about 5 minutes later, it had registered here, continuing southeast on Jimmy Carter Boulevard at or about Beaver Highway. And And we were able to tell that it was going in this direction based on the description of the camera being pointed towards Best Friend Road.
Is that direction of travel consistent with heading towards where DeKalb County would be?
Yes, yes.
Moving to states 160.
So I've left our original data point up here, 546 on the phone. I've left our flock image here and here, but now we have an additional flock image here. So what I've done in this slide is I'm zooming out so that we begin to correlate what we know about the evidence as related to the phone during this time frame. So by 6:29 p.m., it's continued heading south to southeast towards the Tucker area.
And at this point, still no geolocation data from the phone, is that right?
No, you see this dot here, which is where the next one will be, but again, it hasn't happened yet because we're still about an hour away from that event occurring.
Moving to states 161.
So, again, at the top, 546, we still, that last geolocation. We've continued with each of the flock cameras. And now we've added an additional flock camera here, going into DeKalb County or in DeKalb County. So we know from the geolocation of the phone as compared to this that it's unlikely, or there's no evidence that the phone tracked here to U-Haul at this point. It appears to have gone past that. And I've noted here a location of Amari Hall's recovery location here in DeKalb County, and it's going in that general direction.
Moving to states 162.
So then I looked to see is there anything else going on the phone during that time, and I did see that at 6:58 p.m. There was an outgoing phone call as indicated here by the arrow, and a phone listed as a contact in Ms. Owens' phone as my lady, and that's a 762-204-4008 number. And that phone call went on for quite a long period of time. It went on for 51 minutes and 30 seconds, beginning at 6:58 p.m.
And just to remind all of us, what was the time where the geolocation gap stops?
So it's at about 5:36, I believe it is, and it's not going to pick up again until the 7 o'clock hour. So it's going to be minutes more longer before we get to that point still. But
I got you.
I can see what's going on the phone is that phone call has been made.
Moving to states 163.
So after that phone call initiates, we see the device begin traveling north, or excuse me, we see the U-Haul traveling north. So in previous slides and prior to the phone call, we knew from U-Haul registrations on flock that U-Haul vehicle had been traveling south. And this slide, and from this data, we know that by 7 p.m., it's now traveling north, away from the location of this. So in summary, we've had movement in the direction of DeKalb County. We've had a space and time. Now we've begun a phone call within about 2 minutes of this to my lady in the phone and the vehicle traveling north.
Moving to states 164.
And we're just continuing to zoom out here and show you reference points of the flock images related to the recovery location. This was our previous flock image at 7 p.m. And here by 7:03 p.m., so roughly 3 minutes later, it's continued north. And during this time, that phone call would still be going on.
Moving to states 165.
Continuation, we've seen 7 o'clock flock, we've seen the 7:03 flock, but now the next event in time that we will see is that 7:27 time period when the phone when the phone now registers some geolocation data. And that geolocation data placed the device at or around the U-Haul location.
Now we're on states 166.
So because we now have geolocation data in the phone, I wanted to see what had happened on the phone that might account for why we now have it when we had not had it for roughly an hour and 40 minutes. And what I saw was the reversal of what we saw earlier. When I saw the geolocation data in, I had seen a preference change, a settings change in the phone. Here, by 7:27 p.m., I'm now seeing a new settings preference change occur on the phone. And after that preference settings change, I now saw at 7:27 and 25 seconds geolocation data on the phone. That data placing it around the U-Haul. But I also noted some other interesting activity about deletions. These red X's would indicate deleted data. So within moments of that preference change in the geolocation data coming up on the phone, there have been deletions of information related to U-Haul searches in the phone. And the application was related to Safari, which is the browsing application for the phone, internet browsing.
Moving to states 167.
So in this slide, what we see is the geolocation information that's starting to come in on the phone. 627.33, 120 meter degree of accuracy, 627.35, and then just earlier than that, excuse me, I said 6. I should have said 7. 727 and 35, 727 and 25. Just before that, all three of those data points place it at or around that area. And here again, we see this one outlier here. It's not very accurate, but at 26 meters, the device believes it's in or around that parking lot of the U-Haul.
Why'd you put the application usage log shot of there?
Because it just shows that during the time when these locations are registered, there had been that system's preference change right beforehand. So we see the settings change, and then we immediately begin to see location data.
Moving to states 168.
This is a continuation of looking at what's going on the phone. I had noticed that browser deletion history. I continue to see that. Deletions for U-Haul customer accounts, U-Haul, here again, U-Haul information from the browser history have been deleted.
States Exhibit 169.
So by 7:33 and 58 seconds, I have this geolocation data here. We know that that places the device around the U-Haul, but additionally, the phone had a photo in the extraction that was taken at the back of that same U-Haul van that we've seen on the flock images, and that image was taken at 7:32 and 59 seconds. So it's within a minute of the geolocation. We have a photo of the U-Haul back in a park or in a parking lot.
Moving to states 170.
Of interest next was our location data here, but before that, the user had gone to an Uber application. They'd opened up, accessed the internet, gone to an Uber application, and then deletion information for U-Haul continued, and then it registered to request a ride from Uber at 7:36 and 13 seconds. And then the Uber client shows to continue to be running on the phone.
Moving to states 171.
This here is from 7:33:58 to 7:36:52 p.m. It shows the device when that Uber client is being accessed at 7:36. It shows the device in the area of the U-Haul.
And moving to states 172.
This data showed three data points between 7:41 and 7:51. And we can talk about each of them. 7:41:53, a little closer to the building itself. 7:46:54, a little bit closer to the sidewalk here. And 7:51:55 p.m., a little bit beyond the sidewalk. All of these had a approximate 5 degree 5-meter degree of accuracy based on the phone's calculation, and I found that was consistent with information from the video at U-Haul showing what was believed to be Ms. Owens here, which would be consistent with this location here at or about the sidewalk in front of the U-Haul.
That appears to be the most accurate range of location we've seen so far. Why is this one 5 meters and some of the other ones were 50 meters or 100 meters or that kind of thing?
She had requested Uber before this, so in order for Uber to accurately find the person, the application would need to access location services for the phone. And remember when I said my experience has been when I see location services used for mapping in particular, we see very accurate degrees of certainty because of that. Because if Uber couldn't find you, it wouldn't be a very effective application.
Moving to State's Exhibit 173.
So these are our previous 3 locations here, showing the device registering locations leaving the parking lot. But then I saw data leading up to 7:54 and 26 p.m., which was consistent with the device leaving completely that parking lot. Again, all of these within that 5-meter degree of certainty.
And finally, State's Exhibit 174.
So between 7:41 p.m. and 53 seconds and 8:10 and 30 seconds, the device traveled from the location consistent with the U-Haul all the way back to an area consistent with the studio suites. And again, this is all very tight mapping consistent with some sort of location services mapping function on the phone.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I don't have any further questions for you.
Thank you.
Are you going to need this? Do you remember what number it was?
There, maybe it's one. Let me see. Yes, 162.
There you go.
Hello, Investigator Wilbanks.
How are you?
How are you?
Good to see you. Thank you.
Good to see you, sir. You know, let me see. Detective, is it Diorenzo?
Yes.
Gwinnett County?
Yes, sir. I've met him.
Okay. This phone call that we're looking at, and this phone call is at timestamp 6:58:41, is that?
That's right.
All right. So military time 18:58?
Oh, yes.
All right. And your testimony was that that phone call lasted for 51 minutes and 30 seconds, right?
Yes, based on the way the extraction reads, yes.
Because Detective Diorenzo said it lasted for 51 seconds. In your review and in your opinion, it didn't last for 51 seconds. It lasted for 51 minutes plus, right?
Yes, that's what it appears to me.
All right. So it would go from 6:58 p.m. to approximately 7:49 p.m. as a constant phone call, correct?
Yes.
No, or 1949 hours, give
Yes.
or take, all right?
Yeah, so all that time, constant phone call, speculatively saying, well, where do you want me to put it? Or whatever, but constant on the phone. For me, that is quite telling. And I'm checking in on the court feed, still on the State of Georgia seal. Well, it went back to State of Georgia seal after showing that the judge is on. She uses she uses, what is it? What was it now again? It was a secret lab gaming chair on the bench, which is quite interesting. And I saw here a excited utterance who has been a member for 18 months. Hey, good to have you here. Good to have you here. Yeah, we are on verdict watch. Currently watching a good cell phone analyst testimony. No need to speculate, no need to embellish. Just we track the phone. It shows the phone where the U-Haul is. The U-Haul traveled to a place near where the victim was found. I mean, in my opinion, what's taking the jury so long? They have been there now for 90 minutes. So what's taking them so long? Now it's 21 counts. It might take some time to write them out. And I will be going until 5:30 on this verdict watch. Then I need to prepare for Friday panel show, which starts at 6 p.m. Now, of course, I will have everything ready just in case they actually show up late with a verdict today. Yeah, okay, excited. The woman in trial actually bought bleach and was traced through with her phone data and the U-Haul she rented in order to dispose of the body was seen. All right, let's keep watching this.
But 51 plus minutes.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, sir. No revision.
May the witness be excused.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
cell tower data. Guy, no cross-examination.
The state has no other witnesses today, Your Honor.
Oh, really?
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is there only one witness left?
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, for scheduling reasons.
Yeah, okay, let's listen to another witness while we wait.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Raise your
John
hand.
C., I do
Do
not
you
know
solemnly swear affirm the
which
testimony
jail
about to give in this matter be the
Celeste
truth,
is
the whole
being
truth, and
held
nothing
at.
but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, will you please state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Kia Jimenez. First name is Kea. Last name is Jimenez.
Where are you currently employed?
Gwinnett County Police Department.
How long have you been with the GCPD?
I have been with the department for 12 years, 13 years actually.
Okay. What is your current position there?
I'm employed as a crime scene investigation supervisor.
Can you tell us about some of the training that you got to become a police officer?
To become a crime scene investigator,
Okay, so, all right, Hella, welcome to the show. Well, welcome to this trial. This trial is about the Georgia versus Celeste Owens. She is the partner of the mother of the victim. The victim is 8-year-old Amari Hall, Nicole Amari Hall. When Nicole Amari Hall was found, well, first of all, she went missing according to her mother and her mother's partner. They waited 2 days before reporting her missing. And when they found, eventually, 2 days later, they found the remains wrapped in plastic bags. She was malnourished. She was bruised up. And In Celeste's phone, they found videos of her and the mother abusing Amari and her siblings with open hand, closed fist, stomping, and tools. So yeah, this is a rough one. A really, really rough one. And this was a 3-day trial. A very, very clean trial. When she was found, she 8 years old. She was tall for her age and weighed 54 pounds at age 8. So yeah, this trial tests my ability to hold on to everybody deserves a fair trial. Everybody have rights, and everybody is supposed to be innocent until proven otherwise in a court of law. It's a rough one. Now they have split up these defendants, so they are first trying the mother's partner, Celeste Owens, for 21 counts of neglect, abuse, assault, and felony murder. Yeah, it's a rough one. Let's check in on it. It's past 5 on a Friday. And I haven't seen anything anywhere.
You are required to have a degree program that you have completed prior to employment in the area of criminal justice or forensic science, of course. However, upon your employment, you have to complete a roughly 4 to 5 month long training program in the field with a senior officer that constitutes your academy of sorts. We're smaller, so we don't have an actual academy. After we have completed the 4 to 5 month in the field training, we are required to attend a number of state mandated courses to obtain our post certification through the state of Georgia. In addition to those courses, we are mandated to obtain a number of hours each year to ensure that our certification remains current and that we're up to date on the science.
Okay. Can you describe for us your job duties in general?
Yes. As a crime scene investigator rather than supervisor, the job duties entail responding to crime scenes, documenting the scene as it is upon our arrival to the scene. That includes photographic documentation, sketching of the scene if necessary, scanning of the scene using a 3D scanner if necessary. And then after we have documented everything as it was upon our arrival, we will perform multiple searches of the area to locate any items of evidence that might be within that area. Upon locating items, we do collect evidence from scenes, which are ultimately brought back to our crime scene laboratory for processing. Processing simply meaning examination for fingerprints or blood or DNA evidence that can be sent either to the GBI or our fingerprint analysis unit.
Were you a crime scene investigator in November of 2021?
I was.
And were you working on November 23rd, 2021?
I was.
Were you called to an area near 1457 Stone Mill Trace?
Yes, I was.
Is that located in Stone Mountain?
It is.
Who else was called out to the scene with you that day?
That day, I responded along with crime scene investigator Sabrina Lopez, crime scene investigator Eva, now Larson, but then Kubler, along with Detective Lawson and Detective Carter, and then a few other members of the detectives unit at that time.
Did the medical examiner's office also arrive at that location eventually?
They did. They arrived slightly after myself and the other investigators.
Can you describe for the jury what that area looks like that you responded to?
Yes, so this particular roadway, Stone Mill Drive, it's located off of Juliet Road in DeKalb County, Stone Mountain area. It is an entranceway to a condominium or a apartment-style housing unit. The roadway in question, Stone Mill Trace, it comes off of Juliet Road, and to the left-hand side, there's a fairly densely wooded area that's just natural. There's no construction to the left-hand side of the roadway. As you continue forward, there is a stone blockaded area closing over what used to be an entryway to the condominium's rear portion. And then there is a secondary roadway that goes off to the right-hand side that leads into this condominium.
Why were you called out that day?
I was contacted because I had previously responded in reference to a search warrant for a missing child off of Jimmy Carter. And while I was actually performing the search warrant, I was contacted by the detectives, Detective Lawson and Detective Carter specifically, indicating that the child had been located deceased at the location off of Stone Mill Drive.
And can you describe the specific area where the child was found off Stone Mill Drive?
Yes, so on Stone Mill Drive, the natural area or wooded area to the left-hand side of the roadway, near the concrete blockades, there was approximately 11 feet off of the curb. There was a fallen tree in that natural area, and there was also a fair amount of construction debris. It looked similar to a dump site, but the construction debris was leaned over the fallen tree, so you couldn't really see the area where the body was located from the actual road because the construction debris covered it. So the deceased was located in a kind of a depression in the ground, not necessarily something dug out, just a depression in the ground right behind that fallen tree and construction debris.
And can you describe for us the condition of the child's body when y'all found her?
Yes, she was located with 3 white-colored trash bags around her body. She had one that had been slipped over the head, came to an end point around the abdomen. The second was over the legs and stopped short of the hips. There was a third trash bag that was wrapped around her abdomen, torso area near the center and tied with a black-colored rope. You could still see her body through some of the trash bags. She wasn't fully covered. She did have lacerations on her arms. Her left eye, her left eye was missing from the skull itself, and she did have fairly significant skin slippage, which is where the skin begins to separate from the muscle and tissue underneath.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits 128 through 142. These have already been shown to defense counsel.
Of course.
I'm sorry, and you said S-128 and
Through 142.
Yeah, luckily they do not show the pictures in this trial. Yeah, they just threw her away. After months, perhaps years of abuse, her body just gave up. Internal bleeding, bruises everywhere. Her body just gave up.
You did.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
In general, what are they?
These are photographs that I took of the scene upon my arrival to Stone Mill Drive.
Are those fair and accurate?
You see here. I don't see anything. Where did you see that? Yeah, okay. From Celeste, from Kathy Russon. It is reported that the jury has a verdict. The jury has a verdict. Whew. Yeah, okay, probably. Yeah, I agree with Sassy. Probably a few minutes to gather them all around and grab attorneys, etc. Yeah, I do believe everybody is more or less waiting in the courtroom. And this is the first trial, remember? First trial. The trial against the mother. I don't know when that is coming on, when that is done. Louise Thomas believes she will be found guilty on all charges. I would suspect so. For you who just joined, they had video of the defendant and the mother abusing the kids. I mean, where do you go from there? Okay, here we go. Part 1 of Justice for Amari Hall, Nicole Amari Hall.
Can I collect from council the juror list?
Can we approach briefly, Judge? Yeah, but it's just a technical question.
Sorry. Thank you, laugh, always have fun. Thank you, Michelle. Do I believe she will have an outburst? No. It would be good content, but I don't think so.
We ready for Ms. Owens?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Barnes, do you have both of the alternates as well?
Yes.
Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, sir.
All right, the foreperson. All right, sir, has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, we have, Your Honor.
Was it unanimous?
Yes, ma'am.
Has the verdict form been filled in and signed and dated by you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Barnes.
Okay, counsel approach. That's strange.
Any objections to the form of the verdict?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Owens, will you please rise? In the Superior Court of Gwinnett County, State of Georgia, in the matter of the State of Georgia versus Celeste Alexandria Owens, indictment number 24B03590-11, verdict of the jury. We, the jury, find the defendant as follows. Count 1, malice murder, guilty. Count 2, felony murder, guilty. Count 3, felony murder, guilty. Count 4, felony murder, guilty. Count 5, cruelty to children in the first degree, guilty. Count 6, aggravated battery, guilty. Count 7, aggravated assault, guilty. Count 8, cruelty to children in the first degree, guilty. Count 9, cruelty to children in the first degree, guilty. Count 10, cruelty to children in the first degree, guilty. Count 11, cruelty to children in the first degree, guilty. Count 12, cruelty to children in the first degree, guilty. Count 13, cruelty to children in the first degree, guilty. Count 14, cruelty to children in the first degree, guilty. Count 15, cruelty to children in the first degree, guilty. Count 16, cruelty to children in the first degree, guilty. Count 17, cruelty to children in the first degree, guilty. Count 18, cruelty to children in the first degree, guilty. Count 19, concealing the death of another, guilty. And count 21, making a false statement, guilty. Signed and dated this 13th day of December 2024 by the foreperson. You may be seated. Is the state ready to move for sentencing?
The state is ready, Your Honor. If I may have a moment to confirm with the family, I do believe they
Oh,
need to address
directly into sentencing.
Before we do that, we request a poll.
All right, very good.
Polling the
All
jury.
right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the defense's request a polling of the jury. What I'm going to have you do is starting with the foreperson, because I'm not sure what order you guys are standing in. So I'm just going to have you stand up one by one in the first row all the way down, and then we'll start with the second row, excluding the alternates, of course. All right, sir, your juror number 17, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it freely and voluntarily made by you?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You can be seated. Can you tell me your juror number, please? 16. All right, juror number 16. Was that your verdict in the jury room? Was it freely and voluntarily made by you? Is it still your verdict? Thank you. What's your juror number, please?
2.
All right, juror number 2. Was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes.
Was it freely and voluntarily made by you?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
18.
Was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes.
Was it freely and voluntarily made by you?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Juror 19,
Ooh.
was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes.
Was it freely and voluntarily made by you?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it freely and voluntarily made by you?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes.
Was it freely and voluntarily made by you? Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Number 30.
Was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes.
Was it freely and voluntarily made by you?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Juror 36.
Was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it freely and voluntarily made by you?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it still your verdict?
It is.
Thank you.
Juror 37.
Was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes.
Was it freely and voluntarily made by you?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Thank you.
Juror 41.
Was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it freely and voluntarily made by you? And is it still your verdict? Thank you.
45.
Was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it freely and voluntarily made by you?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it still your verdict? All right, thank you. That concludes the polling.
Wow.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time, I am going to, first I want to say thank you for your service, for your time and dedication over the last week. Obviously, this is not an easy case to sit, see, hear, and experience. And I know that I speak for both the state and the defense when I say thank you for your time and attention. This is a duty that is devolved upon us, and it is our responsibility and duty as citizens of Gwinnett County and of the United States. And it is a duty that is devolved upon us by the laws of this nation, and nobody ever wants to get that letter in the mail when they get it, but it is a duty that is honored and respect, and it's what sets this criminal justice system apart from all the other countries. And so I just want to say thank you guys so much for your service and your time. Now, I am now going to release you from the prohibition about looking anything up, reading anything, or discussing this case. You are free to do this from this moment on. I will also tell you that a lot of times, I remember when I was a practicing attorney and I had jury trials, it always helped me to be able to speak with my jury afterwards. So you are free to do that. When we're done with sentencing, if you see them, a lot of times the attorneys sometimes will come down to jury assembly, and if you are willing to speak with them, you may. If you don't want to, you don't have to either. Okay? So, Ms. Barnes, will you please take them to the jury room?
Yeah, sentencing for this will be quite easy. I mean, there aren't many choices.
All right, I'm going to take a 10-minute recess and then we'll move to sentencing.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
So she will calculate this. She will calculate this. Yeah, as Cindy says, life, no parole. Yeah. And Michelle Warden, thank you for gifting a membership. And thank you to Barb K for 5 new memberships, bringing the total up to 13 new members today. Everybody say thank you to Barb and to Michelle. And that gets Barb to on safer ground as honorary Viking of today with a combined $30 worth of gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Now, right after this, Friday panel show will start. Well, at on the top of the hour. I'm using a new what you call it, a new platform to stream from. It is called EV Max, and I'm still getting used to it. For instance, I don't know how to send out the links to the guest while I'm on live. So I will do that as soon as we hear the sentencing. But folks, I've been sitting down more or less for 5 hours. I need to take a quick visit to the big boys room here. So, and I don't know how to yet to play a song or something while I'm gone. So, oh, wait, here is something. Background music, 1.5 minutes. No. Okay, see you in 1.5 minutes. right. That took away a few minutes. Now, this judge, when she says 5 minutes, she sometimes means 10 minutes. She sometimes means more. Oh. So John C wants to call that Amari's song. That is very sweet, but this is one of these just background music that is included in this app. But sure, let's see if I can do that. No, I can't change the name of the song. Oh. So we are waiting for sentencing. Now you will be redirected to the Friday panel show. I don't know how long this will take, though. I have to warn the other. Cindy asked, does everyone think Mom will get the same? I would assume so. I would assume so. So I just warned the guests that I might be a little late for the Friday panel show. Let's show you this. This is 8-year-old Amari Hall. And the pain she endured in her lifetime is unfathomable. Abused, struck, hit, belittled, and then killed. Battered child syndrome. Her body gave up. She had internal injuries, old wounds, new injuries on top of old injuries by her mother and her mother's partner. She did not deserve this. Nobody deserves this. There were 3 siblings, all abused by the mother and the mother's partner. She did not survive it. The other 2 are now with the grandmother, and they seem to do good. Whew. And the defendant, or the defendants, since they split up the trials, recorded some of the abuse. The investigators found 2 recordings from a span of 2 weeks. In July to August of 2021. And in November Amari's body was found after her parents waited 2 days to file a missing persons report. And quite soon after, the cops became quite suspicious because things didn't add up. Why did they wait 2 days? And stuff like that. For an 8-year-old. An 8-year-old autistic girl. Whew. This trial have tested me to my limits of, do I still say everybody deserves a fair trial? Yes. And I do believe this trial proves it, that prosecutors, when they have a clear-cut case, everybody involved have no problems respecting even the worst of them, their rights. So they had the recordings, they had the injuries, they had cell phone data, the data from the U-Haul that was used to dispose of her. Okay, here we go. We are back. The sentencing, folks. The sentencing. Hello, Mr. Jingles.
Can we bring the jurors in? Wait one moment, please.
Yeah, that is my phone warning me it's time.
All right, Mr. Greenwald, are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Will you bring them in, please?
Yes, I know they have the death penalty in Georgia. For some reason, they did not seek it in this case.
Victim impact evidence that we would like to present before the court. There are a total of 3 individuals, too, which will actually be speaking. May I go ahead and begin with the first individual?
You may.
Okay. Judge, I would ask Ms. Barbara Wright as well as Mr. Tony Wright to come up to the podium. They are the grandparents of Amari as well as Chikari.
Yeah, these are now the people who have custody of the 2 surviving children. The grandmother, testified in this trial.
My name is Barbara Wright, B-A-R-B-A-R-A-R-R-I-G-H-T.
Mr. Wright.
Tony Wright, Tony-W-R-I-G-H-T.
Thank you.
Judge, Your Honor, thank you for allowing me this time to speak. I want to thank the jury for their time. I want to thank the court for their time. I want to thank them for the verdict that they delivered this evening. Judge, Your Honor, this has been a great, big impact for family and Marjorie siblings. My heart is broken in millions and millions of pieces that I have not been able to put back together. To know how my granddaughter passed away is words beyond. I can't imagine to find a word in a dictionary to describe my whole total feeling. But my heart is empty. I miss Amari every day. There's days I'm thinking that door's gonna open up and she's gonna come in. There are days that I fear her. I miss her so much. I'm trying so hard each and every day of my life to live forward that my Amari, Zaire, Chikari, her siblings, miss her dearly. Every day, Judge, Your Honor, I wake up. There's a picture that I have. I talk to Amari like she's still here. There's days where I feel like I can hear her voice calling me Gigi. Even when I go in the kitchen and cook and make that pan of bread that she thought was a cake, I feel like I can see her standing at the kitchen sink. I miss Amari. This impact of my life will never be put back together again. My granddaughter did not deserve the way that she was taken out of this world. Judge, Your Honor, no one deserved to be taken out of this world this way. I'm praying that God heals me. That He heals me in mend my broken pieces of heart. I will never get to see her play sports. I will never get to teach her how to drive. I would even never get to see her go to a prom. Do the things that grandmom do with their granddaughters. All these things I'm going to miss. With Amari. I'm sorry. But if you would have knew Amari like I did, those butterfly wings, time I close my eyes, Your Honor, I can see the pretty pearly white, even teeth that she would have. The things that me and her used to share and say to each other. I can only hope in my lifespan, and I know I'm gonna go there one day, I get to see her and she can say those things to me again, that she meet me at heaven's door, because I know she's with the angels. She's beautiful. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mrs. Wright.
Yes, I'd just like to thank everyone for doing a good job. We really miss her so much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Take care of, right?
Ma'am, if you would say and spell your name, please.
Takara Wright, TACARAWRIGHC.
Thank you.
First, I want to say, we got justice for my son. I thank you. I thank them. I thank them. And I thank you. If you knew Mari, sweetest kid you can ever meet. Sweet, loving child. My stepmother and my dad would never get to hear Gigi and Papa ever again. Not from her. My sister Sean and I would never get to hear the words TT from her ever again. Ever. Because someone just so senseless to do what they did to her and take her away from us. She didn't deserve that. I get it, nobody deserved that, but she definitely didn't deserve that. Sweetest kid. I've never ever seen my niece get angry. Now, did she kind of debate with my stepmom about fighting for the front seat? Gigi, I'm sitting with Papa in the front, of course. Happiest child ever. Loving kid. Light up your life. And for what they did to her. Respectfully, Judge, I hope she burns in hell. It was a baby. I can't imagine every day getting tortured like that. There's so many things I want to say, but I know I can't say them. So I'm going to pray to the Lord above, and I'm just going to end it by saying, I thank you again, and I hope you don't give her freedom ever. She don't deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we can all agree that.
Your Honor, the state does have a recommendation, but before that, I did want to make a statement about some of the officers who were involved in this case. I think that this case has penetrated the souls of every human who has touched it, and I know with speaking with several of the officers who are also present here today and are watching, they also wanted me to relay to the court how they have been impacted by the things that they have seen and investigated, and I had assured them that I would. I think the evidence that the court has been able to hear and see is substantial in nature, and the state's recommendation is not made lightly. It is made taking into account what the victim had experienced based on the evidence and testimony that has come out. It is based solely on the charges that are present in the bill of indictment, a total of 20. The state is going to be asking for a sentence of life without the possibility of parole as far as count 1 malice murder is concerned. I think it is the only appropriate sentence given the circumstances of the death of Amari and the abuse of Zakaria and Zaire. The defendant does not have a previous criminal history, but given this case, the state would be adamantly asking for that sentence. Now, there are additional counts associated in the indictment that the jury has convicted the defendant of. I have conferred with Mr. Greenwald, and we both agree that the maximum sentence the court could give would be life without the possibility of parole plus an additional 235 years, and that would be the state's recommendation. I will be happy to break that down if that is what the court is inclined to give, but I think given everything that the court now is aware of, there is no recommendation that would be more appropriate than the maximum on every single charge. This defendant has been found guilty by this jury. So we would ask for life without the possibility of parole plus 235 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zam. Mr. Greenwald.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, the way it breaks down, and I think we're in agreement on that, is count 7 would merge into count 4. Count 6 would merge into count 3. Count 5 would merge into count 2. And then counts 2, 3, and 4 would be vacated. So on count 1, the minimum sentence is life, of course. Maximum is life with or without parole. Counts 8 through count 18, the sentencing range is from 1 to 20 years. Count 19, the sentencing range is 1 to 10 years. And count 21, the sentencing range is from 1 to 5 years. And that's how we've got the life plus 235 years as the maximum. Ms. Nizam is correct, Judge. Ms. Owens has no previous criminal history. She was 29 years of age back in November of 2021. She's now 32 years of age, has been continuously in custody since November 21st of 2021. I'm the second attorney that's been on the case. She was declared indigent by the court. Prior counsel was appointed, and then I was appointed to replace prior counsel approximately 2 years ago, and have been working on her case since. I know Your Honor does not punish people for going to trial and exercising their right to go to trial. We respect the province of the jury and their verdict. They're certainly entitled to render what verdict they see fit. I would respectfully ask, and I don't know if Ms. Owens wants to say anything, but I would respectfully ask, in light of her lack of criminal history, that Your Honor impose a sentence of life with the possibility of parole, and counts 8 through
Oh, hell no.
19 and count 21.
Oh, hell no.
Whatever time you deem appropriate on those counts, that it be run concurrent with count 1.
All right, Ms. Owens, would you like to speak? Ms. Owens, please stand.
And here we go. Send her away.
Ms. Owens, I've been practicing law for a really long time. And I practice criminal defense. I practice civil law. And I've been on the bench. I've been a jurist for 25 years. This is by far the most heinous evil that I have ever seen in my entire career. And I do not understand it. As attorneys, jurists, we see really good people come in front of us based on their really worst days. But you didn't just have a bad day. The crimes and evil that was perpetrated against these 3 children is something that I will never understand, nor will I ever forget it. Based on that, the court does hereby sentence you as follows. Account 1, malice murder. You are hereby sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. Count 7 merges with count 3.
7 into 4.
I'm sorry, 7 into 4. Count 6 merges into count 3. And count 5 merges to count 2. Counts 2, 3, and 4 are vacated by operation of law. On the remaining counts, counts 8 through 18, and counts 19 and 21, the court does hereby sentence you to consecutive 235 years. So life without parole plus 235 years. You will never see the light of day to perpetrate this type of behavior, cruelty, and evilness upon another person. Go with it.
Oh, hell yeah.
You're correct, Mr. Greenwald. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Owens, you understand that if you wish to challenge this conviction, you may do so by what's called a habeas corpus petition, and there is a time limit in which you must file that petition, and that petition's time limit is going to be 4 years from today's date. Do you understand that particular time limit? Okay, and you also understand that there is an additional time limit of 30 days after your sentence is signed by this court, in which you have to file a notice of appeal, and that would be 30 days. Or motion for new trial. That is correct as well. Thank you, Mr. Greenwald. Do you understand those time limits? That's all, Judge.
And Your Honor, what I would propose is that I'll file a skeletal motion for new trial within the next week or so to preserve her appellate rights, and then request that the court appoint appellate counsel since she's still indigent, so that we'll have someone from the appellate list start working on it.
I will do that Monday morning.
I'll file the motion for new trial Monday to at least stop the 30-day clock.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, counsel, if on Monday you would file an evidence retention order,
Yes, Judge.
send that to my office.
Yes, Judge.
Anything else?
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Greenwald. Mr. Brown. Court's adjourned.
Thank you.
Yes, folks. That is the end of this trial against the monster that caused injury and death to 3 children. 2 surviving children are now safe as they can be, being traumatized by this being. Life without parole plus 235 years. She will never see the outside of a prison wall. Never. and she shouldn't. Now we have, well, I don't know when the trial against the mother begins. I really don't. I do believe it is the exact same evidence, just tweaked to the mother. I expect the result to be the same. But you never know. I will see if I can cover it, because I don't know when it starts. But folks, Jesus Christ. What a case. And there are monsters like this out there. There really are. Oof. All right, folks. Thank you guys for showing up. I understand this trial coverage will never get many views because it's too much for most people. It's simply too much. But I do believe it was important to share it, just to show you guys there are good prosecutors out there who can conduct a trial without cheating, lying, misconduct. If the evidence is there, you let the evidence speak. Polar opposite to the YSL case. Polar opposite. All right, now I have to start to prepare for the Friday panel show. And I need a few minutes, but I will send you all over there. And just wait for me. I will be there. I will be there. And thank you again for the moral support and the monetary support. Thank you to Barb K, honorary Viking of today. Thank you so much. And I will see you in a bit once I prepared the next Friday panel show. Okay, I will see you in a bit. Thank you again. Bye-bye.
In a snowy land where the dragons once roamed, a Viking and a cat make a cheerful home. Mr. Jingle purrs as he hangs the lights so bright. Together they bring warmth through a frosty night. Garlands wrapped around the many wood beams, Viking hums will tunes while Mr. Jingle dreams.